Do 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 do. I know pieces fit. Cool. And oh, this goes here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Although I guess for the short term I don't need the third one, but I might. Anyway. Okay. Hello, people. And things that identify as something other than people, like maybe, I don't know, a helicopter or something. I don't know. Humanoids are strange these days. Anyway. It is me. It is us. It is now 6 p.m. Now technically 6:01. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the other thing I forgot to do. Sort by descending. Is that right? Actually, no, that feels right. Okay. So, I'm gonna throw another link up because this one some of you might find interesting. Yes, it's gonna show. Here's the thing. I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch, and so if I post the link in the chat for either one, depending on what you're watching this on, it may actually show up. It may look like it's showing up twice, because the stream is grabbing a copy from, it's grabbing a copy from Twitch and it's grabbing a copy from YouTube. Actually, from what I can tell, yeah. It looks like it's actually grabbing both of them. Alright. So maybe I should just start pasting one now. Oh well. You'll learn eventually. Anyway. That link that I just posted a little while ago, maybe a few months or whatever, I was going through the list of what was in Homelands. And let's expand this. That should be enough. And what I did, yeah, that should be fine. What I basically did was, hey, by the way, here's the cards that are in Homelands. Here's the tweaks that I would make to it. And you'll notice that this, like, it's listing the card numbers in the first column, the name, how much it costs to cast, what category of card it is. Is it a creature? Is it an enchantment, etc.? The rarity of it, and then just a column for notes. And that's it. You have to remember, this is a set that I remember playing with back in the day. So a lot of these cards I remember. For example, Abbey Gargoyles. I remember that it's a 3/4 flying that's got protection from red. for, triple white plus 2. There. See? Triple white plus 2 for 3/4 flying with protection from red. I remember this. What changes would I make to it? Honestly, based on how stuff was costed back then and so forth, I would just simply make it a 4/4. All I would do is I'd give it an extra point of power. It'll be slightly harder to cast than Sarah Angel, but instead of instead of vigilance, you get protection from red, which I think in general is probably a stronger ability. But I don't think it's stronger enough to warrant changing, to warrant losing a point of power in addition to converting 1 mana from colorless to colored. Abbey Matron, it costs 3 to cast for a 1/3 white tap and give it +3 toughness till end of turn. I'd make it a 2-drop, or the other option is target creature gets +0/+3 till end of turn, which I think would also be fair. Ace and Bureaucrats, there's no notes here because I think it's actually fine. Ace and Crusader doesn't affect knights. I would turn around and say, hey, by the way, it also counts knights. Ace and Highway, I would reduce the cost of it by a lot to compensate for how rare Planeswalk even back then was. So on and so forth. A lot of these cards, it's like a lot of it was just, a little bit of the size tweak, maybe a small tweak on the power or the toughness, rarely both. I think Rashka the Slayer was, a 3/3 initially. Yeah, here she is. Was the 3/3 with reach, and if she blocks a black creature, gets +1/+2, so that would make her a 4/5 with reach, which is I wanted to keep the, when she blocks something that's black, +1/+2 till end of turn. But if you're looking at a 4/5 with reach, here's the thing. Compare this to Sarah Angel, which is the exact same cost, which is a 4/5 with flying instead of reach and vigilance. So make this +1/+1 and get this flying, and then you get vigilance and not being legendary, and this is on all the time. What? So if you make her a 4/4, she'd be yes, 4/4 is a lot better than 3/3, duh. But I think at that point people would have an interest in actually playing her. A 4/4 with reach is not terrible. But yeah, we will probably end up going through this list at some point. But let's start off with what's actually in Homelands and what's interesting. So you also have to remember a lot of these cards are designed on the premise still back then of color hate. White doesn't like black or red. Red doesn't like white or blue. Green doesn't like black or blue, etc., etc. Basically, the see if I can pull something up. Whoops. There. So basically, you pick one color, and any two that oppose it, any two that are basically on the opposite side of the circle or pentagram or however you want to read it. Any two that, the two that oppose it. Yeah. Magic just says, yeah, you're opposing colors. We're going to have, there are going to be sets that are going to care about that. And Homelands was one of those. So, we'll start off with Serra Inquisitors, which is a 3/3 that if it ends up in combat with a black creature, it's a 5/3. Till end of turn. It's fine. The thing is, you've got black is a really commonly played color in Commander. I still believe black and green are probably the two most played colors in Commander. And as a result, if you're looking at Commander, this is going to be a ability that is going to be on most of the time. Basically, when blocking is declared, this will be on probably, I would say probably at least 60% of the time. You can generally assume this is probably going to be a 5/3 enough times. But a 5/3, even if it's on all the time, a 5/3 for 5 mana is not exciting. However, you have to also remember, this is a combat trigger. It is possible to have this stack. And you can have it stacked either from it is a triggered ability, so you could get an effect like Lithiform Engine. First ability, copy target, activate or triggered ability you control. It's a triggered ability, so you can copy it. Which, sure, it's 2 mana activation. This is now a 7/3. Possibly, this might turn on through extra combats. If you're playing a deck that tends to attack a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean multiple times in the same turn, this can keep adding up. And it's even more fun if you somehow manage to get, to be fair, if you get First Strike, Death Touch, and Trample together on any creature that's got power greater than 1, damage is going to carry over to the opponent. Death Touch and Trample by themselves do a lot. Actually, just out of curiosity, since I don't remember exactly, Chroma's Memorial, I know gives First Strike. Oh my god, it gives First Strike and Trample, which means all you need to do is have a way to give Death Touch. Okay. Death Touch largely just because, 1 point of Death Touch to a creature is considered lethal damage. What I'm looking at here is a way to maximize the amount of damage dealt to the opponent. So if you've got a way to deal if you've got a way to, like, this is the sort of thing that you want. Yeah, you could start building around it, and then who knows, maybe Painter's Servant or something like that. Painter's Servant, or what do you call it? Shifting Sky? Is that the card I'm thinking of? That's... yeah, Shifting Sky. Which you can pick up for like 20 cents. And suddenly make everything, in this case, make everything black. Yeah, have fun with that. So there are ways to actually make Sir Inquisitors and similar effects work. The thing is, this is or becomes blocked, so that's relevant. Whereas if you're looking at Rashka, that only works when she blocks. This works if it ends up on combat either direction. Samite Alchemist. Samite Alchemist will prevent 4 damage to a creature you control. Here's the fun part. If you go back to when I did the... oh yeah, and just like Alliances, multiple art for commons. If you go back to when we did Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, Samite Healer, was, there we go. 2 mana for 1/1. Tap to prevent 1 damage to any target. Okay? If you now go to Samite Alchemist, a 0/2 and a 1/1 is basically a wash. It's more or less the same thing in terms of costing stuff. You're paying 2 extra mana to cast it. 2 and tap 4 damage. Can only affect a creature. Has to be a creature you control. And then that creature is basically stunned for a round. That's a lot of loading onto it. And so, Samite Alchemist, I wanted to try and keep it as close to what it said as possible. Making it a 0/4, I think, would have been fair. You could have made this a 4 toughness creature, and it wouldn't have been great or amazing, but it would have made a lot more sense. If you have ways to untap your stuff anyway, if you have ways to untap your stuff anyway, along the lines of like any Seedborn Muse kind of effects, or Instill Energy, or whatever, this will give you a way to, like this, preventing 4 damage. Like, let's be fair. Preventing 4 damage is a lot of damage. You know. Where are you? Like, that is some of the smaller dragons that people actually play, dealt with. Sure, your creature's going to be a little stunned after that, but it's going to live. I just don't think that all of this upfront costing, I think you could get rid of any one of these and it would be perfect, and it would be fine. 4 mana, like, you could reasonably bring that down to 2 mana like Samite Healer. You could make it 4 to cast double white tap and prevent 4 damage. You could make it 4 to cast, tap, prevent, and tap down the creature. You could do any of that, and it would probably, and it would be fine. It wouldn't be amazing, but it'd be fine. Or, as I suggest in my list, you know, in this, you could make it a 0/4, and that would make all this make a lot more sense. I feel like onboard damage prevention has to be really good to bother seeing play in Commander, because it's one thing if you're at the kitchen table. It's another thing if you're at a kitchen table and you've got 3 opponents. I will point out, if you somehow manage to do this more than once a turn on the same creature, you only have, in theory, 1 next untap step, i.e. the untap step of your next turn. If you do this twice to the same creature, you're preventing 8 damage. You're tapping the creature. Okay, well, it's going to end up being tapped from the first one. It doesn't untap during the next untap step. You know, during your next untap step. Okay. It's already not untapping the first time. Being told you can't untap again. Okay, sure. If you are looking to prevent a lot of damage in one swath, you know, in one big shot, this does actually not too bad. But yeah, I find the Alchemist harder to recommend than the Inquisitors for a Commander player at all. Sarah Bestiary. Sarah Bestiary realistically was our first pacifism effect. This is basically arrest. Let's just let's pull up arrest. Roughly the same cost. Can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Can't attack or block, and its activated abilities with tap in their cost can't be activated. So, worse than arrest, but arrest costs a bit more, and this has got an upkeep cost. But I think they hadn't quite figured out how to cost arrest or even pacifism at that point. But I think they knew it was going to be around here. The problem is, have value equal to ID equal white O trapped in the tower. There's another one, isn't there? There. Really? What was the other one? I know I saw an arrest variant. Oh. There we go. Planar disruption. Planar disruption is in standard. Realm Breaker's Grasp, I believe, is currently... It's either currently in standard or just rotated out. No, you're still in standard. And both of these are... Like, if you're looking for a arrest variant, you should be looking at these two first. Actually, one, two, yeah. Petrify works, Planar Disruption works, Realm Breaker's Grasp. All three of those do what you're looking for out of arrest, which means they all do what you're looking for out of Sarah Bestiary. So realistically, Sarah Bestiary is probably like number 8 on your list, and I don't think most people are going to be running that many variants of arrest. Yeah. Yeah. What I did, again, still wouldn't make it playable, but I gave Sarah Bestiary just an upkeep of a single white. I think they made it double white for the symmetry, but yeah. Sarah Paladin. It's a human knight. That's got two things going for it, let's be honest. So 4 mana for a 2/2. Semite Healer's ability. Pay 2 white +1 and tap it. Target creature gains vigilance till end of turn. And it's not a bad card. And I think, no. Sorry. I think what I did was I removed the tap symbol from giving vigilance. Sarah Paladin. Did I cut a mana off the... I think maybe that meant I cut a mana off Sarah Paladin's mana cost. I'm not sure how I did that. I know that if I was quite willing to take this tap symbol away. That being said, though, yeah, like this is remotely playable. You know, it's a human knight, so if you're playing some kind of knight tribal deck, being able to give some of your creatures vigilance is always nice. The damage prevention is just going to be like the minor side bonus, but being able to just randomly give something vigilance is going to be nice. And that's probably going to be the biggest use. However, there's also enough cards to give vigilance. But having one that is a knight in of itself is not bad. Sort by color. So Devoted Paladin, when it enters, gives us vigilance. This got activated vigilance. This, when it or another ally enters, gives vigilance. This is kind of scary. That is such a weird card. You know what? Ha! That might be the only way for a knight specifically to give vigilance. Which means if you want another way to give vigilance, you're having to play something that's not a knight. Now that could be, I think it's Glory. Nope. Valor? No, Valor gives first strike. There's not one for Vigilance then. So then you would have to play a card like a Chronos Memorial or something of that nature. That's interesting. This might actually end up being more playable than it first appears, because there's no, if you're playing Night Tribal, there's no Knight other than Sarah Paladin that will give Vigilance. Apparently you get a pass. That surprises me. Abbey Matrons. Abbey Matron, 3 mana, 1/3. Pay white and tap it to give itself +0/+3 till end of turn. I mean, the easiest way to do that, years ago I'd seen an article from Mark Rosewater on the Mothership where he had talked about some of the pitfalls card designers, especially new card designers, fall into. And one of them is making a card too complicated. And one of the examples he gave was, honestly, an effect like this. If you have an ability, and I think it was like something like a 0/4 creature that had an ability that was like, tap, this creature gets +0/+4 till end of turn, or something of that nature. And that was going to be used most of the time. It's like, why not just, instead of making it 0/4 and then tap for the other 0/4, why not just make it a 0/8? And so an effect like this, white and tap, you could just as easily go 2 white and 2 other and make this a 1/6, which doesn't sound exciting, but it's a much simpler design. Because realistically, when are you going to turn around and use this ability? So, yeah, I would... This gets... The first problem is, like, you're basically paying an extra mana. Okay, let's start at the beginning. This is a 1/3. This is approximately equal to a 2/2. In Unlimited, Pearled Unicorn was, and this is also common, Pearled Unicorn was 1 white, 2 other for a 2/2 with no abilities. Based on that, this in of itself is balanced in that respect. White tap, giving it +0/+3 till end of turn, makes sense. It just feels like it's too much. You know? That being said, of course, if you do the entire instill energy thing, white tap, untap it, white tap, suddenly you've got a 1/9 that costs you only like 2 extra mana. And if you're doing shenanigans like that, you might want to start considering throwing this in one of those Toughness Matters decks like we talked about last week, like Doran or Arcady Saboth. whatever his second version is called. But if you're able to pull shenanigans like that off, where you can untap your creatures more than once a turn, an effect like this just gets absolutely silly. So when a deck, if you can pull that off somehow, go ahead. Abbey Matron could actually be really, really good there. Rashka the Slayer, not much more to say than what we talked about earlier. Again, she's a 5 mana 3/3 with a worse version of flying. That if she ends in combat, if she blocks something black, she gets bigger till end of turn. If she was a 4/4, people would play her and be happy about it. As is, they compared her to, they would compare her to Sarah Angel, and Sarah Angel would win every time because she was consistently a 4/4 instead of a 3/3 that was occasionally a 4/5. Had flying instead of reach, and had another ability, i.e. in this case vigilance, on top of that. The only time something like this would be good again, it is a triggered ability, because triggered abilities use either whenever, or like at the beginning of your upkeep, at the end of turn. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, whatever. Since this starts with whenever, it is a triggered ability. You can copy this with effects like Lithiform Engine, or you can copy it with effects like Lithiform Engine, or what were you called? Illusionist Bracer's the other thing. I forget what it's called. There's one that copies equipment. Oh, Rings of Bright Hearts, I think, does that. That feels right. No, that's activate abilities. Illusionist Bracers. Whenever the... No, those are both activated. What's one for triggered abilities? What the heck were you called? Really? Nope. Straight Resonator. That's the one I can never remember the name of. Straight Resonator. Yeah. So if you've got Straight Resonator, sure. 4/5. Copy it once makes it a 5/7. Copy it a second time with Lithiform Engine makes it a 6/9. Nice. But I wouldn't bother. I really wouldn't. I don't see her. I think she ends up in a deck that's like Archer Tribal if there's not enough to run. But yeah, wouldn't bother. Hasdra the Abbot. The funny thing about Hasdra the Abbot is this is one of those guys that tries to do like the veteran bodyguard trick. So he can redirect any damage to himself. The funny thing is he can redirect more than lethal damage. I wonder what happens if he's got... Okay. What happens if he's got protection from the color? Huh. I think the damage still tries to happen to him, and if he's got protection from it, he just doesn't take it. Because it targets the creature. Oh. Yeah, no, that's right. and notice the original wording. Redirect to Hasdra the Abbot. X damage dealt to any white creature you control. So again, we're talking way back in the day. The damage had to be dealt to the creature, and then an effect like this would kick in and go, hey, by the way, you have the ability to do this now. Do you want to redirect the damage or prevent the damage or whatever? Timing was really weird back then. Anyway. Yeah. So... thing is, you don't want to put... No, that's not true. Hasdra the Abbot. If you have a creature you want to... this is basically, I need to protect a creature. This is the sort of thing where you're playing... You are playing like a Voltron deck, for example. And it's the wrong color, but I'm going to pull it up anyway. Just as a conceptual starting point. So this is my Squee Goblin Nabob deck that I'm working on. And the point of him is I take a creature, in this case I take Squee, and I load him up with a bunch of auras. These are just there in case something happens and I need more than one thing to throw auras on. And then, so I've got these, 7 auras up here. And I have these 4 and then 12 more here. So that's like 23 auras at least. So that should get me at least a couple that I can start going, hey smack, hey smack, hey smack. But doing that is like, I want to keep Squee alive. So somebody's going to turn around and go and burninate Squee. this case, his squeeze somehow ends up being white because, you know, Hastur only protects white creatures apparently. Yeah. Then, you know, you basically want to tap X. You want to make sure X is enough to stop the creature that you're trying to protect from dying. But ideally not enough to kill the abbot. And if you can pull that off, you can keep your creature around for a long time. Thing is, this is an onboard thing. Now, that being said, a lot of people, even professional players, have a tendency of missing onboard tricks. You know, it's hard, especially when you've got a pretty full board. You know, a dozen creatures or so on each side and everything else. A dozen creatures, you know, 3 or 4 enchantments that do things, a couple of artifacts that do things, a bunch of lands, some of which do things, etc., etc. To remember, oh yeah, he's got this that can prevent damage or redirect damage. So that can work in your favor. I will also hilariously point out that, as I said, it doesn't matter how much damage he takes. He can take more than lethal. He'll die from it, but he can take more than lethal. If somebody's got something like a if somebody's got a card like Blasphemous Act, sorry, it took me a moment to remember the card name. Somebody's got Blasphemous Act going off. Okay, you prevent 13 damage. Hastur's going to end up taking 26. Or, you know, 26 minus lethal to the creature you're trying to save. If the creature's 5/5 and, you know, you only need to prevent, you need to make sure it doesn't take more than 4. So 13 minus 4 is 9. So you have to prevent 9 damage there. Which means Hastur's going to take 22. That's a lot more than 5. But it'll keep your creature alive with 1 hit point, but it'll keep your creature alive. And if that's enough, you know, maybe it's worth it. That being said, White nowadays has got a lot of tools to keep their creatures alive. You know, it has hexproof, you know, it's got spells and instants or whatever for hexproof and indestructible and this and that and what have you. A lot of times, simply having an effect like Avacyn, there, Avacyn, Angel of Hope. Sometimes that's just, you know, sometimes that's enough. That's crazy, crazy hard. But yeah. sometimes that is enough. Actually, a lot of times, because giving all your guys indestructible, just so much better most of the time than redirecting damage. Doesn't mean he's bad. It's just, it's a lot harder to find a good spot for him. Death Speakers. 1 white for a 1/1 with protection from black. Not really much to say about here. If you're looking for the problem with 1 mana creatures in Commander is quite often you can find, say, a 2 mana creature that does something so much better. And a good example would be White Knight. From back in the day. An extra white pip for an extra point of power and toughness. It not only has protection from black, it also has first strike. So basically what you're looking at is Tundra Walls. 1 white for a 1/1 first strike. 1 white for a 1/1 protection from black. Merge the two together, you have White Knight. So realistically, if you're looking at either of them, you should probably be running White Knight over, or a similar effect, over Death Speakers. I think was, Disciple of Grace. An extra mana for an extra point of toughness over Death Speakers, but it had, so not amazing, but it had cycling, which has got its own benefits. So it's not bad, it's just for a little more investment, and I mean a little more. You can get so much better. Abbey Gargoyles, we talked about Abbey Gargoyles near the top of the show. Honestly, if this was a 4/4, people would have loved it. As a 3/4 flying pro red for 5, I mean, it's not bad. It's just, there are, I would say in general, even at that, like, the problem is it's competing in the same slot as Sarah Angel, and that was the gold standard. Let's be honest, that was the gold standard. That was, if people saw you and figured that in general you were worse than Sarah Angel, because the problem with the problem with protection from red here is you already kind of, to an extent, have protection from red by having that 4th point of toughness, because a lot of red creatures that people were going to be playing that were cheaper than this wouldn't be able to deal more than 3, they'd be like, they top out like 3/3 or whatever. And the number one removal spell, you know, you would be looking at Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning and Incinerate, all of which dealt 3 damage, which means having to spend 2 removal spells to get rid of this. Or one of those combined with Immolation or Bloodlust. You kind of already had, like, you would be 2 for 1 against red decks anyway, so it was a bit less relevant at that point. It doesn't mean it was bad per se, but I mean, this is why Serra Angel was such a big deal back then. Because for basically the same cost, the way Serra was commonly seen, and let's just pull it up, because you have to keep in mind what these cards were like in the context. Okay, getting there. Wow. There we go. Serra's had a lot of printings. And a lot of artworks. In the context in which Abbey Gargoyles came out. This is a 5 mana 4/4 flying vigilance, and one of 2. Also keep in mind, back then we didn't have easy access to the internet was not all over the place. The heck is this? Oh. Sorry. Distracted Thrall is distracted. News I love. Serra Angel was 5 mana, 4 power, which meant a 5-turn clock, which is not unreasonable. 4 toughness, which means shaking off most damage-based, well, I should say most toughness-based removal spells. You would have to invest a lot in, let's say, Drain Life. You would need 6 mana out of Drain Life, for example. Flying, which bypasses anything that stops a huge swath of creature decks, i.e. if somebody drops a card like Moat or Island Sanctuary, you don't care, you've got flying, you just go over it. It also means that you can block most things, and most things that you're going to tangle with are, well, her size or smaller, realistically smaller. And vigilance means that she works just as well on offense as she does on defense, or vice versa. Take your pick. So she kind of did a lot of things in, one easy compact package. And getting her out on turn 5 was not unreasonable. when you compare that to Abbey Gargoyles, you know, you're losing protection, you're losing vigilance and a point of toughness for protection from red at a slightly harder cost. But the protection from red is largely, it's much less relevant on a 3-4. If this was a 3-3, that pro red would be big. Because as I mentioned, you didn't have, you wouldn't be able to kill it with lightning bolt or chain lightning or incinerate. So yeah, I think the only reason you play this is if you're playing a gargoyle deck or you're playing just an old school deck anyway. But you really, if you're playing an old school deck, you run Sarah Angel first. There's no reason not to. Ancient Crusader. This, I think, might be a missed opportunity. I don't know. This is a human knight that counts the number of soldiers and warriors you control. Why they made it not affect knights, I don't know. Although I wonder if that was because it's supposed to be a knight. Oh, I think White Knight might have already been. Let's go. Yeah. Knight was already a creature type back then. So it would make sense, since this actually had a different creature type. I think that's why they didn't go with it. So this is a thing that cares about how many soldiers or warriors you've got, but isn't either. I mean, there's nothing saying you can't throw it in a soldier deck and just have, an extra big body. The annoying thing is he also doesn't do anything except potentially get big. I mean, to be fair, unlike Angry Mob, that we mentioned probably 3 or 4 weeks ago when we did, I believe that was the Dark. Angry Mob is really big when it's attacking, and then on defense it's just a 2/2. This is going to be the same size all the time, i.e., regardless of whether you're attacking or defending, it just matters on how many creatures you've got. Compare this to Meraxis of Keld or Keldon Warlord. Oh, really? Really? 98? Oh, wow, he's from Weatherlight. Okay. Keldon Warlord. Parent toughness equals the number of non-wall creatures. Which originally didn't have flavor text. And then Miraxis. Number of untapped artifact creatures and lands you control. This really wants your creatures to have vigilance. This really wants, again, this really wants you to have like a Chroma's Memorial out. But yeah, these are both only power and toughness equal to whatever. This is 2 plus the number of, now to be fair, it's not all creatures, which is almost true with Keldon Warlord because it's all non-walls. This is a little more restrictive on what you can run, but it starts off at 2. I don't know. I think this is playable, but you've got to be willing to throw in, and this is not unreasonable. You've got to be willing to throw this in a soldier or warrior tribal deck and realize that this is a creature that is neither. If you're willing to do that, this thing gets really big really fast. You know, the amount of soldier tokens or warrior tokens that you can make out of, you know, where's my white common stack? You know, this, soldiers, you know, this part here, and again, this is commons. You need soldiers or warriors. This is a knight that makes a soldier. This makes 2 soldiers. This makes 2 soldiers. This makes 2 soldiers. So that's already 4. 3 soldiers. 2 soldiers with retrace. Soldier buyback. Soldiers of kick. This makes 3 soldiers. Never mind stuff like, you know, Charismatic Vanguard, which is a soldier. Starshad Arms itself is a soldier. You know, it is not unreasonable. You know, you can pretty easily accidentally end up with a deck that's got a bunch of soldiers. Are you trying to make tokens in white? This is going to be pretty easy for you. Probably more likely soldiers. Ace and Highway. We covered Landwalk previously. The biggest problem with Ace and Highway is that there's no quote-unquote easy way to give everyone a plains. Urborg Tome of Yawgmoth turns all lands into swamps. Yavimaya Cradle of Growth turns all lands into forests. Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon turn all non-basics into mountains. Harbinger of the Seas turn all non-basics into islands. There is no easy way to turn lands into plains. This Celestial Dawn turns your lands into plains. Conversion and Glaciers turn mountains into plains. But then you have to play Blood Moon plus either Conversion or Glaciers. And then so basically you have to go through 2 steps. And if either of those break, you're screwed. Unless everyone happens to be playing red. If that's a thing, if you're finding a lot of people playing red in your local group, this is not completely unreasonable. You just have to turn around and play, an effect like Conversion in addition. It is not unreasonable for somebody at the table to be playing white. And if somebody at the table is playing white, you can pretty freely attack into them with Ace and Highway. But if they're the only one, you still have 2 other people to worry about, and the Ace and Highway just isn't going to do much for you. If you can find a way to turn this on, it's going to be it's going to be good. Mesa Falcon. Back in the day, this was actually not completely unreasonable. And again, I feel like they costed the toughness pumping due to symmetry. It's like, well, 1 or 2 mana to, it's 2 mana cast. We could make it 1 or 2 mana to activate. Why don't we just make it 2 mana so it looks, better, which is fine. I mean, it's not terrible. It's a playable bird. 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer that you can pump its toughness. You're generally not going to be pumping it for more than 3, I don't think. Again, the funny thing is, if you're playing a toughness matters deck, then suddenly that ends up being, huge. Sort by color. Yeah. The problem is, Beacon Hawk is a lot better. Because Mesa Falcon, 2 mana, 1/1 flying, 2 mana pump its toughness by a point, 2 mana for a 1/1 flying, 1 mana to pump its toughness by a point, and extra ability. Honor Guard. Honor Guard caption. Although, and crowd favorites. If you can get crowd favorites going, that thing is silly. Avon Flock. 3. Marble Gargoyle. That's where you really want to actually, for an extra mana, you get an extra point of power and toughness, and a reduced activation cost. It's an artifact, but You know what? For flying, this line actually this entire line here is actually pretty decent. Yeah. I would, again, toughness matters, would not really complain too much about the Mesa Falcon. Prophecy. Prophecy is really weird. The card and the set. In this case, we're talking about the card. Oh yeah, at some point, we're going to go through the list of all the cards that have a name equal to the set. Which is part of the reason why we now have an enchantment land called Urza Saga. But anyway, 1 white sorcery. Reveal the top card of target opponent's library. If it's a land, you gain a life. Then that player shuffles. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. If you could if this was an instant and cost 2 mana, I would have been so glad to see this be like 2 mana as an instant. Why? Isochron Scepter. White card that draws you cards regularly? Dude, think about it. White, historically, has not had much good ability to draw cards. And when I say historically, like, think before the first Commander set, which I think came out in 2011. At least since COVID, White's been getting a decent amount of card draw capability somehow. Prior to that, did not get much at all. You know, green was getting better card draw than white got. Blue, obviously. Black, obviously. Red would get some. Red and white were like at the bottom, and now they're reasonable, depending on where you look, i.e. rarities. So, what does this do? Don't look at for gaining life. Look at this as a card that forces the opponent to shuffle and then draws you a card next turn. Are you playing a deck that runs cards like Path to Exile and Winds of Abandon and what do you call it? Settle the Wreckage and similar effects to force the player to shuffle to force the player to search and shuffle. If you're looking at that, Prophecy might be on your radar, at least as a consider. It forces the opponent to shuffle and draws you a card. I would not in a situation like that, I wouldn't complain too loudly. Which is probably why it's like the 7th most common played white card from Homelands. Ace and Bureaucrats, I am personally less fond of Ace and Bureaucrats. 2 mana for 1/1. Tap target creature, power tier or less. Although it does have some entertaining flavor text. The big one. I would say that our bureaucrats are no better than vipers, but I shouldn't insult the vipers. Mirage test speaker. And the other one. All the tortures of my volitive horrors pale in comparison to dealing with those petty bureaucrats. Baron Sengir. I think if I want something to tap creatures, I think there's... I mean, I know there's generally better options. It's also really easy. To stop this from being able to it's for this to be able to successfully tap down the creature that here we go. It's real easy to stop this from successfully being able to tap a creature, either from making it, and from making the targeting fail from an effect like Hexproof, or from, in response, okay, I'll giant growth my creature, or some other pump effect, and then it goes, well, shit, that doesn't work. This is where I see it getting played. It's an advisor. Here you are. Advisor mill. Try to recover deck. Visual spoiler. 24 petitioners. Here it is. 20 additional advisors. Ace and bureaucrats is on that list because I need additional advisors. It's that simple. I want to make sure I have enough advisors. 24 petitioners and 20 additional advisors, plus my general, who has been errated to become a, I believe, human advisor. 24, so that's 45 advisors. That should give me enough to play with. I am slightly, but only slightly surprised that I didn't add an effect like Mutafault. Oh well. Yeah. If you're playing Advisor Mill with Persistent Petitioners, yeah, you're probably going to be running that. Trade Caravan. The art looks to me like it's done in such a way that no matter if you do, left side, right side of this with the left side of this, or left side of this with the right side, or the right side of this with the left side of this, it looks like it's supposed to wrap around. Anyway, one white for 1/1 human nomad. Beginning of your upkeep, put a currency counter on it. It actually says currency counter on the original text as well, which is nice. Remove 2 from this creature. Untap target basic land only during the opponent's upkeep. So this does give you a way to get additional lands untapping. It only affects basics, but it doesn't have. They don't have to be your basics. This is not going to help you pay upkeep costs. But maybe it'll help an opponent pay an upkeep cost. Yeah. I think if you're playing Trade Caravan, you've either found a way to pull shenanigans, or you're playing it to be, what's the word I'm looking for, or you're playing it for politics. Hey, look, I can remove a couple of counters to untap that for you. The problem is it's got to be on the opponent's upkeep, so that's... That being said, if you can let this just sit out and sit out and sit out and sit out, you could suddenly remove like a dozen counters, untap 6 lands, and go, hey, by the way. Oh, if you removed like 14 counters and went, hey, by the way, route, that'd be hilarious. So, yeah, Trade Caravan, one of the few ways you can actually get ahead in mana production that I can think of specifically in white. Excuse me. Leeches, probably the most expensive white card, at least in Homelands. It's the only way to remove poison off of anybody. And it's, 3 mana sorcery. Target player loses all poison counters, and then Leeches deals that much damage to that player. It's the I cannot believe. Oh, part of the reserve list. That would explain why I never got a reprint. But there's no other card in the game that gets rid of poison counters. You want to remove poison counters without playing Leeches? Restart the game. That's how. Yeah. So if you're at all concerned about poison or infect or toxic or any of those kind of mechanics, yeah, throw one in your deck. And the annoying thing is, you can be at 9, and then you go, and Leeches. I get rid of them all, I take 9 damage, I'm back to 0. Sorry, what were you doing? Oh, right. Sarah Aviary. Creatures with flying get +1/+1. Keep in mind that world enchantments, formerly written as Enchant World. World enchantments, whichever is the most recent one, stays in play. So if you want to blow up a Sarah Aviary, you play another one, and then anything that's older gets blowed up. But yeah, creatures with flying get +1/+1. Are you playing angels? Are you playing dragons? Are you playing, demons to an extent? Are you playing birds? Are you playing fairies? Are you playing any tribe that is known for flying? keep your eyes open on Sarah Aviary. That and I think it's favorable winds. Favorable winds. Same card at half the price, different color. The color might be relevant. Flying God +2. Gravitational shift might be the one I'm thinking of. Creatures with flying get +2+. Oh wow, +2/+0. Non-flyers get -2/-0. That's a lot. Wow. But yeah, I think any tribes that is typically going to be, I think in general, if you're looking at a tribe that is known for flying, you're probably more likely to be realistically to be playing white over blue. Fairies would be the other way around. Birds is probably a mix. There's no reason you can't run both. Or there's no reason you can't run Sarah Aviary and favorable winds and gravitational shift. And, you know, just turn around and look at your opponents and go, hey, by the way, you know, 1, 2, my flying creatures get +4/+2. And if you have a card like Levitation or a Wonder in your graveyard or whatever, that basically says all your creatures get +4/+2. Have a nice day. Like, assuming you've got all three out. That means that Ornithopter comes in and plays a 4/4 and just goes, yeah. Soraya the Falconer. Speaking of flying, 2 white, 1 other. Bird creature, for a 2/2, which is not completely unreasonable. Bird creatures get +1/+1. And then for 2 mana, giving one of your birds banning till end of turn. That's pretty good. It makes sense because she's a falconer. She's somebody that trains falcons for hunting or what have you. It makes sense that she is a human. Again, a human with no class type, just being human. You're only human. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But yeah. And then giving your birds banning. That just messes up combat so badly. Banning is one of this. I think this is one of the reasons. Why banning never got reprinted. It wasn't just because it was, somewhat complicated. It was also, it also mucked up combat a lot. But yeah, you're playing Bird Tribal, you really should be looking at Soraya. Because she is a bird lord, even though she's not a bird herself. And then Truce, again, a white card that will let you draw cards. 3 mana instant, each player may draw up to 2 cards. So I can choose to draw 0, 1, or 2. For each one I don't, for each one a player doesn't, they gain 2 life. There's also another card called Temporary Trees, which is going to be the same but like 1 less mana, but it's sorcery. Yeah, see? 1 white, 1 other sorcery. Each player may draw up to 2 cards. For each card less than 2 a player draws this way, that player gains 2 life. Notice the text box here is literally, it's the exact same thing. Three mana instant versus 2 mana sorcery. It's a white card that can, it's basically a white divination at instant speed, but it affects everybody. Alright. Blue cards. Blue's going to be interesting. Sea Troll. If you're playing trolls, you're not really playing blue. And this can only regenerate if it ends up colliding with a blue creature. Or has collided with a blue creature earlier in the turn. This could end up colliding with a blue creature earlier in the turn. And then somebody goes, hey, by the way, lightning bolt. Cool, now I can regenerate. God damn. Missed it. Backy's Curse. Are you expecting somebody to be playing a deck like Zur? Or in my case, you know, my Squee Goblin Nabob deck, which again is, I'm building that because I like building things in the wrong color. Yeah. This is realistically against most decks, this will be like 2 to the occasional creature, maybe 4 to 1 or 2 that are on the board. This is not going to be worth the slot. If you were kitchen tabling, you know, a 60 card, and you're playing blue, go ahead and throw a couple of these. Again, even kitchen table, I still like the idea of making a sideboard. Feel free to throw a couple of these in your sideboard and just go, oh, you're playing what? Cool. I'll dig these out. But yeah, Commander, wouldn't bother unless you are expecting somebody to go, hey, by the way, here's, you know, unless you're expecting a deck like Zur to show up. Dark Maze. The problem with Dark Maze is that it's so easy these days to end up with a 4/5 for 5 mana that doesn't have Defender. ID equal blue. mana value equal 5, mana with a 4, power greater than 3, toughness greater than 4. Yes, it is. I'm currently going through what's in Homelands. Yeah, and Thick Criminologist is basically like Dark Maze that you don't have to worry about it attacking, or you don't have to worry about the fact that it's a wall. Petrifying Meddler, same thing. Yeah, so you can get a creature that's better than Dark Maze, and both of those were commons. Never mind the other versions. Yeah, no, I've been playing a very, very, very long time, so I'm currently going through all the really old sets, looking at the stuff that EDH Rec considers basically the worst cards, or sorry, the least popular cards in those sets, and kitchen table player, do you have an interest in this? Here. So, competitive players are not going to be as interested in a lot of these sets, especially a set like Homelands. Players of formats outside Commander or Commander derived sets. So if you're a vintage player, if you're a modern player, if you're a whatever, if you're a pauper player, you're not going to be interested in a lot of these because obviously more competitive players are going to be looking at things very differently. But yeah, like Dark Maze, the only real reason I remember having any interest in Dark Maze when it came out was it was a wall that I could attack with. The problem with Dark Maze was that at the end of turn you had it wasn't even you sacrificed it, you exiled it, so you weren't getting it back unless you had a way around that. And I'll be honest, I didn't even think of that back then. But for cards that existed back then, Hammer and Spawning Bed would have worked. Although that would have meant I'd have to have at least 5 mana on one turn. I'd either have to have 8 mana on one turn or 5 mana on one turn, attack on a later turn. Actually, which would be the case anyway, because Dark Maze can't attack the turn it comes into play. And then sacrifice it later. And then somehow I can bring it back. In the meantime, I get because it's based on mana value, I could get 5/1/1s. Yeah, that's a way I could have made it work. But yeah, I also like building weird stuff for Commander too, so. Labyrinth Minotaur. This set actually had a lot of Minotaurs, and they were basically in red and blue. So if you're playing a Minotaur tribal deck, you're probably playing red and blue and possibly black is where a lot of them are going to be these days. The problem with Labyrinth Minotaur is this one wants to be blocking. Minotaurs generally want to be attacking. So I don't know. I think that's less likely. Actually, what did I suggest for you? Labyrinth Minotaur. Oh yeah, my suggestion was to make it a 2/4. Yeah, make it feel like Giant Spider. But instead of having reach, it would have had this. I don't know, that might have been a bit strong. I mean, nowadays, sure. Nowadays that would be fine, but for back then, I'm not entirely sure. Actually, what would have been a really good swap would have been whenever this creature blocks or becomes blocked by another creature. Giant Albatross. Giant Albatross is really, really weird. I would not generally play this. I would not generally play this card anywhere. But not only do I have a bunch of decks that I am building that are, you know, here's one for every color and color combination. Here's also a bunch of decks that are commons only, that are either monocolored or colorless, or one of the other allied color combinations. And I think, did I put you in here? I may have put you in under removal. No, not in this one. I think it might have been the Azorius one. Azorius or Demir. I know I put in one of them. Venture, Clerics, Rogues, Warriors, Wizards, Payoffs, Removal. Okay, I think it was Demir. I know that it was definitely a card I was looking at. Oh wow, I actually didn't. Where did I put you then? I know I put it in at least one deck because it was blue, and it gave me a way to blow up a creature. When it dies, you may pay 2 for each creature that dealt damage to this creature this turn. Destroy that creature. Because it destroys a creature in mono blue without them getting something for it. And I know I put you somewhere. Where on earth were you? There you are. Found it. My removal suite for my Is It Life deck. Giant Albatross. Did I? I don't think I put you in my 5-color deck. Poison, abilities, combo beds, removal. No. I know it was a consideration for that one. I know it was certainly a consideration because it is a bird. But yeah, this is one of those cards that requires very specific reasons to play it. And the fact that it's a bird just isn't enough. You have to be looking for a blue removal spell on a creature that might or might not kill the creature. You need to have a very specific reason for playing it. It's not good in general. It's not good for a lot of deck types. I would play Icy Prison over this. I would play Raven Form over this. I would play Resculpt. I would play like a dozen cards over this. Unless I have a very, very specific reason for doing so. And out of all the decks that I have that I could be playing this in, there's one. Marjan, on the other hand, oh my god, I used to love this so much when I was younger. And the fun thing about Marjan, 7 mana, 8/8, can't attack unless defending player has no islands. If you control no islands, you sacrifice it. Doesn't untap normally. You have to pay 2 blue and sack a creature on your upkeep to untap it. It's fine. Don't care about any of that. So, what do I see? 7 mana, 8/8. As long as I have an island in play, I can keep it around. And then there's that last activate ability. 2 blue. This creature gets -1/-0 till end of turn and deals 1 damage to target attacking creature without flying. I can shrink the power of my creature and ping something else. First of all, they don't have to be attacking me. Second of all, hilariously, if this thing ends up with, let's say, Death Touch, which normally on 8/8, you don't... Why would you give an 8/8 Death Touch? That's redundant. Well, because I can... If I have enough mana, I can go... I ping you, I ping you, I ping you, I ping you. Sure, that's like 8 mana to do that, because that's 4 different targets. But now I've got a 4/8 that I can block something else. So I can hit like 5 different creatures. This is not an unreasonable ask. If I can generate enough mana, I can just mow down an entire... Cool, you're attacking me with what? Okay, I've got a -37 power, 8 toughness creature. I block with that and kill all you guys. And generating infinite mana is not difficult when it comes to Magic. It might be difficult depending on the color scheme you're playing to be able to actually pull it off, but it's not like any color can get infinite mana. It's easier in some color combinations than others, but yeah, I have no problem playing this. I have no problem with other people playing this. I squee if other people play this because I remember how much fun I had with it. And again, it's target attacking creature without flying. It doesn't have to be attacking you, and there's nothing that says you can't go below the 8 power that Marjan has. Have fun killing off your opponent's minions. Coral Reef. Coral Reef. Again, cards from the Homelands era. A lot of, like, cards in like the first 3 years of the game were really, really weird. 2 blue. Enters with 4 counters on it. In this case, they're pull-up counters, which I don't think anything else uses. Sack it down to put 2 more on it. Pay a blue, tap an untapped blue creature you control, and remove a counter from this enchantment to put a +0/+1 counter on target creature. We all know how Proliferate works by now. You pay the cost, you put an additional counter of each type that's on whatever players and creature, whatever players and other permanents you choose. And again, if you are doing any kind of Toughness Matters deck with Proliferation, a lot can happen with this. I probably wouldn't play this in a deck like that, but maybe, if you can find something better than a +0/+1, for example, if you can find something that gives a +0/+2 counter. Actually, that's kind of a fun question. How many things give counters that give +2 toughness? There's at least 2 cards that I can think of, and I think they're both +2/+2 counters. I do not get why this thing lags so much lately. Although maybe it's also... There we go. Sort by color. Armor Throw. Sack it to put +1/+2. Oh my god. Can I? Yeah, it's your fault. Your fault, Marsky. What are you? Yeah, how dare you? No, that's not what I'm looking for. How dare you call me sir? Who do you... Give me one moment here. I need to find a thing. Oh, that's why I can't find it. There. Oh, I've been good. Decided a few weeks ago to start going through the ancient Magic sets and look at them in terms of a casual Commander player and see who might have an interest in what. Okay, just the chimeras. Yeah, so it looks like it's not impossible. Well, looks like it's not impossible to get a +2/+2 counter on things. You can get a +1/+2 on target creature. Yeah, really, that's it. Yeah, if you're this is black, red, and green. Yeah, you might end up, if you're going mono blue, you might be stuck with a +0/+1 counter, maybe. But yeah, like I said, I've been going through and unfortunately, each of these tends to be kind of long. Last week, here's the thing. I started at 6 p.m. my time. It's currently a few minutes after 8 in the evening. Last week went to just shy of 12 hours. Yeah, well, I've known you for a few years. I figure it's hopefully it's relatively safe to hand one to you. Hopefully. Now, just don't misbehave, or I might have to take that away from you. If they're sharp and pointy, be careful. Narwhal, I remember going through the list. If you're looking for blue creatures that have... You mean always. If you're looking for blue creatures that have first strike, or blue creatures that have protection from red, Narwhal is really good. The fact that you get both on it, it's actually... I think it's actually pretty decent considering the color that you're looking at. 4 mana for a 2/2 with first strike, pro red. If this was a white card, forget it. This should be like double white or something like that. See Silver Knight, which is literally the same card in white. But in blue? Pff, hold my ass. Monday next week, I'm going to be 54. Don't talk to me about being old. Yeah, I actually would not complain about, like, if again you're playing mono blue and you're playing a deck that tries to do weird stuff, like, I don't know, like my mono blue ramp deck that I built. Oh yeah, I'll give you the list too, Marsky. There. That'll take you to this page, and if you are interested in what kind of decks I'm working on and stuff like that for Commander, you know me, you know I like building weird stuff. I built mono blue ramp. A mono blue ramp deck that tries to play like a green deck. When was the last time you saw Sea Scryer in a deck list? When was the last time you legitimately saw somebody playing Apprentice Wizard? But yeah, if I was to this deck is trying to be a green ramp deck. If I was just trying to be a not blue deck, Narwhal would be on that list. Yeah. How old's the kid now? Forget feels like one of those. Oh, you've got more than one? Oh no. I think I remember. I think I remember you having one. I didn't remember you ending up with another one. Well, actually, no, you didn't end up. The wife ended up with one. I guess you had to put some effort in, but yeah, anyway. No, Forget feels like one of those cards that I really don't want to say what's going through my head, considering, you know, this is being broadcast on Twitch and on YouTube right now. I'll behave a little bit. Yeah, because I wouldn't have been streaming it. But no, Forget is one of those cards where it's like you play it so you can discard chaff and then get new cards back. Hilarious. Well, yeah. The funny thing is, like, if whoever you're hitting has only got a single card, because the way this is worded, they only get one card back. They don't get to draw two. Marsky, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think if you want looting style effects, Forget is fine. Oh no. I think Forget is fine, but you probably want more cards like Merfolk Looter instead. Reef Pirates. Reef Pirates you might want to play if you're actually considering some kind of weird mill deck. And in fact, did I put you... I know it was on my list of options here. Milling. No, it didn't make it. It was a consideration for this deck, though. Well, Marsky, if you know about Libera, that's where you can commonly find me these days. If you pop there, you can usually find me. You using, one of the handles that I would have had back in the day. Reef Pirates, I know oh. Did I put you in Pirates? I think I did. Which was a commons only deck. No, I didn't. It was a card I was trying to figure out what to add. And I want an additional pirate, and I had trouble finding a good one for that point. There are... My problem was I didn't feel like this quite did enough. But if you're building like a pirate tribal deck, what would really be fun is there's a couple of cards that turn around and say, hey, by the way, all creatures are now copies of this. And so then you attack with a bunch of things that attack like Reef Pirates, and suddenly one person is going to mill like 10 cards and take like 20 damage. Sea Sprite, half the cost of the narwhal, half the size. It's basically I think I would generally want the Sea Sprite before the... Oh, no. This has got flying. This has got first strike. They both have Pearl Red. I would want both because they do different things. But that also explains why this only costs 2 mana, because compare Flying Men at that point. Yeah, I don't want to end up on 37 servers again. I tried that once. Yeah, I think I would generally want the Narwhal first, actually, because it's also, like I said, it's also got first strike, which is huge. That being said, it is a fairy. If you're playing a fairy deck, like, this thing lives through, because any kind of protection in blue is hard to come up with. You can come up... Okay, so there's 20. This one doesn't really count because protection from robots is whatever. This makes something lose protection from black. Target opponent takes an action. That's cute. You and planeswalkers you control, so this won't affect your creatures at all. This gets protection only if anything else does. This got protection from lands, which I think is hilarious. And at one point I was actually considering for a mono blue aggro deck for modern. Yeah, so Pro Red is not hard to come up with. Probably like 7 or 8 of them, but that's not a lot of options. I still think Sea Sprite is perfectly serviceable. Mystic Decree. Oh my god. Mystic Decree combined with Island Sanctuary. All creatures lose flying and island walk. You can skip your draw so that you can't be attacked except by creatures of flying and island walk. So you put the two of them together and it basically means you can't be attacked. Although that's less useful nowadays because of planeswalkers and battles. But if you are not running either of them, if you're not running either of them, the Mystic Decree combined with Island Sanctuary just stops you from being able to be attacked. Ether Storm. Building my own for work stuff. What, your own Mystic Decree or your own Island Sanctuary? Ether Storm, if you can find a way to make this thing indestructible, it's kind of funny because, hey, creature spells can't be cast. Okay. So first of all, almost nobody can cast their commander. If I'm in there, MTG, surprise, surprise. And if I'm in there, I'm either commenting about work or, surprise, surprise, talking about Magic and weird decks that I like to build and whatnot. I mean, yeah. The one person I would love to see show up there would be Brassy. I mean, I'm not saying I don't want you there. I'm just saying, like, somebody that you and I both know. Having Brass show up and there would be funny. Nice. Did he rust? But yeah, Ether Storm, nobody can cast their commander. Hey, by the way, what happens if you use a planeswalker as your commander? DT. I'm mixing names up. Okay. That's what he went on the forums. I don't remember what he used in the chat room because I don't think he used that there. And I spent more time in the chat than in the forums. Yeah. I don't think he went by that. But yeah, Ether Storms, lots of ways. Yeah. Lots of ways you can get creatures into play without casting them. what was it? Was it Dreams? Yeah, Dreams of the Dead. Reanimate a white or blue, reanimate a white or black creature with this thing. Then use some other effect to flicker it, and not have to worry about the cumulative upkeep. I'm not casting it. I'm not casting it at all. I'm perfectly harmless. Yeah. And you can use a card like Forget to pitch the cards in the first place. There's ways to make this work in your favor and just not care. There probably is a way to build a mono blue reanimator deck. Revoca. Again, Revoca is one of those cards that you're going to need a way to untap it somehow. Yeah, I know there's a Barsky, I know there's a podcast or something that had Rich on it. I still haven't listened to it, but I'm one of these terrible people that you see my browser window and all these tabs. I have my browser set up so that when I reopen the browser, it reopens all my tabs. I have Chrome like that, I have Edge like that, I have Firefox like that. They've all got a different suite of tabs. I think it's Chrome has got a thing with Rich, and it's like, I still have to listen to it. But I have it, in a manner of speaking, I have it bookmarked. Ravnica, you know what? I think if I was to Ravnica, I would make a general, and I would build around, like, I would make it a mono blue ping deck, and I would have ways to untap it, additional ways to untap it, like on my opponent's untap step or whatever. Cards along the lines of Seedborn Muse, etc., etc. Giant Oyster. Oh, how I wish this was a common, because this probably could have got away with being a common back in the day. Giant Oyster, basically 4 mana 0/3. You can choose not to untap it. You tap it, and then it slowly dissolves a creature, putting -1/-1 counters on every each of your own draw steps. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. But if somebody finally manages to crack the oyster or untap it, whatever got caught in the oyster escapes and goes, yeah. It is a great card if you want to kill stuff with like -1/-1 counters, and and you're playing mono blue. Chain Stasis. This is like Chain Lightning, but it taps or untaps creatures. Yeah. I don't know how much bouncing around with this you want to do. If you have a lot of stuff you want to tap or untap of your own, that's a different story. Generate a bunch of mana through, I don't know, uh, you know, Peregrine Drake coming into play, some kind of flicker effect like Deadeye Navigator, and just generate a bunch of mana and then like untap a bunch of your creatures. Even more fun is if your creatures have got the ability to untap other stuff. I can't be bothered to think of it. Started with a V. Oh, that only tapped stuff. Oh, Alchemist. Untaps artifacts or creatures. Okay. Yeah, so you can use that to... So you could combine that with... You could combine that with... What the hell are you called? God damn it, you turn everything into an artifact. Mycosynth Lattice. Mycosynth Lattice. In theory, you could untap everything with Mycosynth Lattice, Peregrine Drake, Deadeye Navigator, Chain Stasis, and just go and start going ballistic with that. There's probably better ways to use it. Jinx, I basically see. What happened to me? Well, this past weekend this past weekend was Toronto Comic Con, and I got asked by my LGS about 2 weeks ago if I was going to be interested in joining them for that. So I worked Friday and Saturday at the Comic Con, and right in front of me was, hey, by the way, here's the magic packs that we have to sell. I got no problem with that. Have you ever seen me? No, I got no problem selling magic. Yeah, you want Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, it's still in that part. Oh, you got magic? Hee. Jinx looks to me like one of those cards that people play when something just needs to be targeted. Wall of Kelp, as I look at Marsky. I still want to call this Wall of Clap. This is actually for token generation in mono blue. This is still really good. Oh yeah. Oh my god, it's Club! Yeah, if I'm playing a blue deck and I need token generation, this should at least be a consideration. If I don't care about what the tokens are or what they do or anything like that, I just need tokens. Yeah, Wall of Kelp. Yeah, I still occasionally get myself caught up in calling it Wall of Club. Yeah, for those that don't know what we're talking about, we used to know somebody in a chat room, in a Magic-based chat room, who went by Klep. I think his name was David Kleppinger or something like that. Um, these tokens are called kelp. Yeah, things happen. Anyway, yeah, if you just care about them being creature tokens, Wall of Kelp is actually really good. Um, Memory Lapse. Memory Lapse is a fine counterspell that stops the spell for now. If you can get the card shuffled away somehow, great. Just keep in mind that the next turn they're probably going to try casting it again. I don't recommend this. Arcane, what was it? I was going to say Arcane Signet. Arcane Denial from Alliances is much better, costs the same, and actually will counter stuff. That being said, maybe it works with Guile. If a spell or ability you can't would counter a spell, you instead exile that spell and you may play that card without paying its mana cost. So yeah, Guile will take Memory Lapse and say, no, you're getting exiled instead. It goes, instead of countering it, it exiles it, and then it's not countered this way, so it doesn't go on top of the library. And Guile's, which means if you're playing with Guile, Memory Lapse is actually not bad. Merchant Scroll, probably the best card ever in Homelands. It searches, Memory Lapse is. So you gotta remember, Marsky, I'm looking at this from the perspective of a casual Commander player. If you are looking at somebody like Storm, if you're looking at a Storm combo deck, then yes, Memory Lapse, on like the spell before they're about to go off is really good. But, when you're looking at kitchen table and it's like, okay, oh look, I can cast Wrath of God now. So they go to cast Wrath of God and you Memory Lapse it. Okay, you've bought yourself a turn, but then they're just going to cast it again next turn. It is less good especially when, again, you're looking at, Commander is typically 4-player, sometimes 5, but commonly like a 4-player game. Yeah, it is much less good, and there are much better options, even at 2 mana, even from that era. There's much better options available. Yeah. Again, I'd rather run Arcane Denial for something like that. Although, how every so often you run into one of those people that's playing, You've got like 4 people at the table, yourself included. And you've got one person who's just got into the game and playing a pre-con. And you've got another person who doesn't have a lot of money, so they're playing a deck that's maybe like worth $30 or whatever. And then you've got this third person who's playing this deck that's like really overpowered compared to the other two. So suddenly they're going to be that guy. I have a deck designed to stop them. If you go down to this Bant Tulane deck, this is where I turn around and I start going, no, you're not going to do that. This should be able to stop an entire table in a pinch, but something like over half the deck in one manner or another are counter spells. I'll bet you they all used to be yours. Yeah, I'm even running like 14 cards that I can use as win cons. That are there to counter stuff. If I have to stop somebody from, being that guy, I am going to stop them. And even if they say, well, my stuff says it can't be countered, I'm like, okay. I've got 2 cards to end the turn. I've got 5 that return the spells back to hand. And I've got 5 that exile spells. Your stuff is not resolving if I don't want it to resolve. Yeah. I'm not apologizing. If I ever end up having to play a deck like that, I'm not apologizing. But yeah. Merchant Scroll, 2 mana sorcery, search up a blue instant and put in your hand. Really, really solid card. In fact, good enough that I actually saw it play in Vintage. What was it? You would Mystical Tutor for Merchant Scroll. No, you would Merchant Scroll for Mystical Tutor. What was it? Mystical Tutor. Searched up an instant or sorcery. Right. You would Merchant Scroll for Mystical Tutors so you could search up Ancestral Recall. Yeah. Black cards. Look better each day. Greater Werewolf. My god. Some of these, like... So, it's a 5 mana... I mean, I don't know. Do you have a fast bond in that list? Greater Wolf, 5 mana, 2/4. It's fine. It's fine. Or, Burgeoning, or what have you. 5 mana for a T4 never looked great. At the end of combat, put a -0/-2 counter on each creature blocking or blocked by this creature. You realize I should have thought about this a long time ago. If you threw... What are you? If you threw something like Lure on this, forcing everything that could to block this. This isn't saying anything about dealing damage or anything. This just, oh, we tangled? You shrink. Nice. Yeah. All creatures able to block enchant creature do so. Throw that on like Greater Werewolf. And if you can somehow keep your Greater Werewolf alive, just the stuff that you keep going up against, sure, their power doesn't change, but they're going to keep shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and eventually they'll die. And it bypasses, because it's, a minus is being done to their toughness, it bypasses Indestructible. It bypasses Hexproof and Shroud because they're not being targeted. Bypasses it basically bypasses most preventative measures. So it doesn't look great, but when you start looking at it through that kind of lens, I think this might actually be better than people give it credit for. Zeldrinin of Sengir. I mean, 7 mana for 5/5, eh? And then it becomes a 2/5 forest rock. I always feel like this guy was overcosted. I think if they had knocked 2 mana off his mana cost, he'd actually be perfectly fine. Compare this to Isan's Shade, which was like 6 mana for 5/5 pro white. That being said, you throw this in a deck that has Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, because you're playing black, make stuff easier on yourself, and Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth, which again you can play in a mono black deck. Because it doesn't have anything that specifies its color or anything like that. It's just, it doesn't have a mana cost. It doesn't have a colored mana symbol. It's considered colorless as far as color identity is concerned. So suddenly you can start tromping through your opponent and go, hey, by the way, you can't block me. Can't block this. Can't block this. He's also a rogue, so he's going to have rogue synergies for decks that care about that. So, might be a little overcosted, but, I mean, in a situation like that, I might consider making him my general of, like, if I'm going like a mono black rogue deck, maybe. Black Carriage. 5 mana for a 4/4 trample, which you have to sack a creature on your upkeep to be able to untap it instead of untapping normally. Its only restriction for sacking a creature is that it has to be done on your upkeep. There's a lot of creatures that people want to sacrifice for their effects. Can I sacrifice this creature, elsewhere, and oh look, when it dies, I put a +1 counter on something. Or when it came in play, I put a +1 counter on something, and now I don't need it anymore, so I'll sacrifice what it was. Black Carriage you can do a lot of crazy stuff with if you want. you're just restricted to doing it during your upkeep. But, yeah, who cares? Then it's, sacrifice a creature to untap this. Okay, so what if I have, I'll get to the card later. It's Sengir Autocrats, which is like a 2/2 that comes into play with like 3/0/1s, I think, or something like that. And I have, Viridian Longbow attached to this. And I just start, and so I start blasting. And, ping, 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 ping. So, yeah, Black Carriage has uses. Broken Visage or Visage, depending on how you look at it. Don't look at it too hard or, you'll break the mirror. Five mana, instant. You blow up a non-artifact attacking creature. You make a spirit that's the same size that you sack at the end of turn. Okay. So you're attacking with, say, a 5/5 dragon. Before blockers are declared, I cast Broken Visage, blow up your 5/5, and use the 5/5 token to block one of the other creatures that you're attacking with. It is not hard to get a 2-for-1 out of this. So yeah, I would definitely easily suggest Broken Visage in a lot of decks. If you're looking at, something that can kill 2 creatures fairly easily. And the only restrictions are it has to be not an artifact creature, and it has to be an attacking creature. And I'm sure you can find uses for the tokens, like, untapping a Black Carriage, maybe. Ghost Hands, 2 mana for 1/1 with Vigilance, which is not terrible. If it ends up in combat against a white creature, first strike to end a turn. That's actually kind of decent against, that's actually a kind of decent card. And it's a dog spirit, so if you're building a spirit tribal deck in black, maybe. If you're building a dog deck, dogs usually end up being somewhere in Naya. If you are going black, this might be on your list. Especially if you're only playing one of the colors that are in Naya, like if you're playing white black or green black, maybe. Grandmother Sengir? I don't completely, apart from the fact that her, the artwork for it is, kind of disturbing. But how can you complain when you're looking at Grandmother Sengir, which, considering Sengir is known for being a line of vampires, she's a human wizard. She looks beyond old. She looks like she should not be human anymore. I don't know. Maybe she found the elixir to immorality. Anyway, she's a very splashable, only requiring a single black mana out of 5 for a 3/3. I think that might be another one of those situations where they want to make her splashable. So otherwise she would have been like 2 black plus 2. 1 black, 1 other. Tap, target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Yeah. Why are you up this late, Marsky? How dare you? But, yeah. -1/-1 till end of turn. Again, if you can find ways to untap her, she starts getting silly. Headstone. Headstone I am less interested in because there's already so much good graveyard removal, like generic graveyard removal. Scrabbling Claws and Relic of Progenitus and whatever the spell bomb, Nihil spell bomb, and Withered Wretch, which doesn't see any play, unfortunately, and just so much stuff. There's Graveyard Trespasser. Headstone just ends up so far down on the list. It's like, why? The only reason I can think of to actually play it at all is, again, it's a 2 mana instant. So Isochron Scepter says hi, and it draws you a card. Next upkeep, but it draws you a card. Funeral March. Two black +1 for an enchant creature. When this one dies, you have to sack another 2. Maybe you can get away with this around, some of the indestructible stuff. Maybe you can use that to bypass some indestructible. Who knows? Irony Sengir. Green and white enchantments cost 2 more to cast. So the first problem is a lot of white and green enchantments aren't actually cast. Well, I should say white ones. I don't remember about green ones. I don't think so. Depending on the kind of deck. Because you're looking at things like Zur. Enchanted Evening makes stuff that's in play into an enchantment, but it doesn't make it an enchantment while it's on the stack. I don't think there's a way to change a card's type while somebody is trying to cast it before they pay cost. So you can change its color. You can paint her servant or whatever and make everything green. But you can't go, hey, by the way, all cards in your hand are now enchantments, so now I have to cast it as an enchantment spell. Yeah, whatever. So this is I think most decks are going to run some enchantments. But I don't think this is going to be enough. I don't think this is going to hit enough things to actually matter. in your typical deck. Oh yeah, speaking of removal spells, or not removal, graveyards removal. Except, unfortunately, this one only hits your stuff. But this is a little bit like Night Soil. You know, it's like 2 green enchantment. Exile 2 so 1 mana. Exile 2 creature cards from a single graveyard. Whoops. Make a 1/1 sapling. Instead of 1 colorless and exile 2 from this is 1 black and exile 2 from your own graveyard. You get basically Dredge Skeletons. So you're having to target your own and changes from a colorless mana to a black mana to give your tokens the ability to regenerate. That being said, you know, common theme here. If you're able to make them indestructible, destroy all skeleton tokens that can't be regenerated. Indestructible doesn't care. So, Drought Spell is fine if your graveyard really doesn't have any use for you, i.e., you're not reanimating, you're not returning them back to your hand, you're not this, you're not that. This just allows you to eat stuff that's in your graveyard. You know, if you're not using it, if you're not using your graveyard because, like, if you don't have actual graveyard synergies, you might as well use it for food for something else. You know, effects like Delve come to mind. Delve and Escape and similar mechanics that let you cast stuff by exiling cards out of your graveyard. But if you're not doing anything like that, an effect like Dredge Spell or Night Soil or some other way to basically go, yeah, eating stuff that's in my graveyard, I'm going to use that to get extra benefits. Feast of the Unicorn. Feast of the Unicorn is Black at that point was known for, like, there were certain cards that were really well known back then in certain colors. White, obviously, you had Sarah Angel, Disenchant, Swords Plowshares, and Armageddon. Red was really well known for cards like Lightning Bolt. Green, Elves, Birds, Giant Growth, Berserk. Oh yeah, red also had Fork. And one of the big ones for white was Hell from Beyond, which, again, covered back when we did actually, might or might not have been covered. I don't think I did cover it, actually, because I think this was too far down the list, i.e. too good for me to have covered. 1 black plus X instant, target creature gets plus X plus 0 till end of turn. So you look at Feast of the Unicorn, compare that to Howl from Beyond. You're paying Howl for 3, but it's an enchant creature that gives plus 4 plus 0. So this is a permanent effect that's getting an extra point over what Howl from Beyond would have done. Howl from Beyond, that being said, was scalable. But plus 4 power is a lot of power. If your deck requires a sudden boost of power, like as a wrong colored example, I'll pull this back up, I'll bring Squee back up, and you know, under much boost, well, I have Claws of Valakut and Granite Grip to give plus 1 plus 0 for each mountain I control. I have a Drowsy Conscription to give a flat like plus 10 plus 10. I have Thunderous Might, which gives the enchanted creature plus X plus 0, where X is my devotion. And most of these guys are like plus 2 power or plus 3 power for like generally 2 or 3 mana. And if I was to do this in black, if I was looking for a similar kind of effect in black, Feast of the Unicorn would be at least a consideration. I mean, again, I'd have to look at the other auras to see what I could get. But getting plus 4 power is a lot. Sengir Bats. If you know what Sengir Vampire does, this is basically the same thing but much smaller. The problem with Sengir Bats is, you know, you want them to grow. You know, whenever creature dealt damage by this creature this turn dies, put a +1 counter on this creature. In other words, if Sengir Bats is partly responsible for something dying, you know, and the bats live through it, they'll get a +1 counter at that point. The problem is they're a 1/2, you know, 3 mana. It's, and this is back in the day of Dark Ritual, where it's like, you know, Dark Ritual, 1 black instant at 3 black. Okay, so you could in theory drop this on turn 1, and then, you know, if your opponent's going like turn 1 Birds of Paradise, well, this might actually survive. You know, this might actually get a couple of counters. It's tough, but, you know, this is also the days of like turn 2 Blood Moon. Or not Blood Moon, Bad Moon. So you can play, you know, I mean, hell, if you're really lucky, turn 1 Dark Ritual, Sengir Bats, turn 2 Bad Moon, attack for 2. And at that point, a 2/3 flyer with that ability will start eating a bunch of like low mid-range creatures and just go nuts. So yeah, you have to be smart with how you play it, but it can work. Cemetery Gate, Wow, that's a weird picture. Cemetery Gate, 3 mana for a 0/5 pro black with defender. That pro black is actually going to do a lot of work. I think if it wasn't for that, it probably would have been a 2 mana. It probably just would have been 2 mana. Well, no. No, actually, a 2. Compare this to Scathe Zombies, which was a 2/2. So that'd be a 0/4. An extra point of toughness, but defender, which would balance, which means back in the day, this is actually stronger than usual. This feels like the kind of card that you put up if you want to play with a bunch of defensive cards, and just like if you literally want to put up a bunch of walls and then just have like a few guys on top to just, you know, swing over and attack with, and a few cards like Cemetery Gate and Wall of Stone and you know, and stuff like that that have got like high toughness for their cost. Wall of Bone comes to mind. And just block people all day long. And it's like, you're not getting through. I don't care where you say, no, you're not getting through. I told you you're not getting through. Okay, you're not getting through. And you play with that, and just have like a handful of healthy sized flyers like Sengir Vampire go through the air and just kill stuff, you know, and kill players. Isan's Shade, which I mentioned earlier. Isan's Shade, the big thing that this gave, the big thing that this did, protection from white, means it's got protection from Swords of Plowshares. The fact that it was black also meant that it's so it's got protection from white, so protection from Swords of Plowshares, and nowadays Path to Exile and Generous Gift and a few other good spot removal. It was black, so it had protection from Terror and eventually Dark Banishing, and I think Doomblade even does that. Yeah, destroy target non-black creature. Isan's Shade is black. It's a 5/5. So the comments I said about Sarah Angel being able to shrug off Lightning Bolt, even more true when it comes to Isan's Shade. Back then, the only thing that could kill it would be Goblin Grenade. And big enough to tangle with a bunch of green's healthier sized creatures. If he had flying, he would have taken over. He would have just, you know, give him an extra pip, you know, make him, you know, three black plus 4, make him 5/5 pro white flying. He would have been a major threat. He was already pretty good in, you know, in standard and maybe extended back in the day, because he was just so big and other stuff just had so much trouble getting past him. He was like a wall in the more literal sense, but he's like the party barbarian. He's like, I smash. So yeah, playable now. I think if Shade might be a fun place to put him. You know, Shade travel. Sure, he doesn't have the Shade ability, but you can always throw Shade's form on him. Yeah. Very much I mean, you could also play Mono Black Knights, which might actually make a bit more sense. Now there's 70 options. How many of them are legendary? Hakon, which is going to be a pain in the butt to cast. Isan's Shade, that's a different artwork for it. Josu Vest, possibly. Saravok, Deathbringer. So Saravok, Josu, and Sir Conrad. Or really, it's only competition if you're going mono black. If you're going mono black Knights, I don't think that's the worst idea. Baron Sengir, speaking of which, $8 card from Homelands, which for this set is not bad. You know, it's like 2 mana more than Isan's Shade. You know, for a 5/5 flyer, whenever a creature dealt damage by Baron Sengir this turn dies, put +2/+2 counter on Baron Sengir. Tap to regenerate another target vampire. Yeah, this thing, you know, this thing is going to get huge fast. There's a reason this is the poster boy, shall we say, for the set. It's just really, really, he's just really, really strong. I would, you know, I might argue making him like a mana less, but he's just silly. Torture. Torture is one of those weird cards you throw on a creature and then you start paying mana to shrink it. I don't see a good way. I don't see a good way to use this, but that doesn't mean there isn't. Basically, what this is like you're gonna pay a bunch of mana to shrink a creature down until it dies. There are easier ways to kill creatures other than spending a bunch of mana on -1 counters. That being said, if you can bounce this around, in response to its last activation, bounce it around to another creature. Oh, no, that's not going to work, is it? They're put on that. An enchanted creature. I'm not sure how that works. I'll get back to you on that one. Having said, dry spell. 2 mana, sorcery, 1 damage to each creature and each player. It's fine. You have to really want a cheap 1 damage to all the things spell. And if I'm doing this, why am I not running Pestilence or Pestilence Demon instead? Because I can get so much more out of it. Or there's there's that one that if from invasion block. Was it not invasion? Infected vermin does something like that. Plague Spitter. Oh, okay. Yeah, at the beginning of your upkeep, deals 1 damage to each creature and player. When it's put in a graveyard, 1 damage to each creature and player. 2/2. Yeah. You spend an extra mana and Plague Spitter does basically the same thing every turn. Throw Vampiric Link on it and not care about the damage to yourself. Coskin Falls. Are you playing black but not white or blue and want a propaganda / ghostly prison effect? Coskin Falls. It's got an upkeep cost of tapping an untapped creature you control. That's not hard. Pick a random, 0/1 or 1/1 token or whatever and go, here you go. And just keep it happy. Yeah. $11. Not surprised. Mono black, it's propaganda. Sengir Autocrat, and I mentioned this one earlier. Yeah, it's a 4 mana 2/2. Comes into play. You make 3/0/1 serfs, which we occasionally would have called smurfs. When it leaves the battlefield, exile all serf tokens. It's 4 mana. You get, 4 bodies of it. You're getting 2/5 worth of power. If you add Bad Moon to it, that's a 3/3 and 3/1/2s. So 3/3, 6/6, 6/9. Nice. Yeah, it's this would do a lot of heavy lifting for decks that cared about Lord of the Pit. Again, if you combine that with a card like Black Carriage, yeah, it just did a lot. And there's a reason why it's the most played. Why it would be the most played black card from Homelands. Red cards. Heartwolf. I think this is the original progenitor of the Throat Wolf, which was supposed to have had first or strike or something. 4 mana for a 2/2 first strike. Again, this is like the cards from, was it Ice Age we covered? Yeah. Keldorn, Elite Guard, and all that jazz. Where if the creature that it was protecting died, so did the guard. Yeah. Target dwarf gets +2/+0 and gains first strike till end of turn. When that creature leaves the battlefield this turn, sacrifice this one. Activate only during combat. If you're playing a dwarf tribal deck, I mean, there are worse options. You know, this, I think this is often thought of as a blocker because you can block with this and the dwarf. Tap this to pump the dwarf and give it first strike. And potentially kill 2 things. Or 1 really big thing. Because your dwarf is, let's say it's got even 1 power. This is going to make it 3 power. That's 5 power worth of first strike damage. This is assuming nothing else. This is assuming like a random 1/1 dwarf, like Dwarven Trader or something. So yeah, I'd say this is pretty good. You don't play this in Dwarf Tribal, you play this in a Dwarf Tribal deck. Unless you're playing with cards like unless you're playing with cards like Maskwood Nexus. Evaporate. 3 mana. 1 damage to each white and blue creature. Yeah? Pyroclasm came out only a couple of sets before and did 2 damage to each creature for 1 less mana. Why are you paying more mana for less damage for less things you can hit? I think based on Pyroclasm, this maybe should have been a single red. Maybe 1 red plus 1. You know, if you're looking to do it as like a color hate card. Evaporate. Yeah, I has 2 damage to each blue creature, then 2 to each white, which means something that was both colors would get hit for 4. That feels more reasonable. Ambush Party. 5 mana for a 3/1 first strike haste. Human Rogue, not completely unreasonable. Especially considering we're talking a common here. If I'm playing a rogue deck that's like, if, you know what? I think I might have put this in my party deck. No, I didn't, because I was Azorius for that. If I, on the other hand, if I had been playing, if red was in the deck, then yeah, would have been, because that particular deck, it's Azorius, what was it? Dungeons and Parties and Changelings Oh My. So basically, it cared about dungeons, it cared about, the venture into the dungeon mechanic, it had the initiative mechanic, stuff of that nature, and the party mechanic, which means I had to have enough warriors, I had to have enough clerics, I had to have enough wizards, and I had to have enough rogues to cover. And if that deck had run red in it, this probably would have been in it. And the other thing is, that deck is commons only, which is part of the reason why I'd be looking at this. In most decks that can play this sensibly, I don't think I'd bother doing it. But if you're looking to do something very specific, like flavor themed or whatever, Ambush Party is not terror bad. 5 mana for a 3/1 first strike haste probably would be, nowadays would probably be, you could probably get away with 3 mana for it. But the era of Homelands, it's actually not terror bad. Ironclaw Curse. Ironclaw Curse was weird. Pretty much saw nobody play it anywhere. But 1 red, enchanted creature gets -0/-1, and it can't block creatures with power greater or equal to enchanted creature's toughness. And it just had its toughness shrink. So if you've got, say, a 4/4, it's now a 4/3, and it can't block anything with power 3 or greater. If you do that to a 3/3, it becomes a 3/2 and can't block anything with power 2 or greater. Yeah. This starts making your creatures, this is now making your stuff hard. Like, you grab a bunch of pump spells, like Gauntlet of Power and similar effects, and then you drop like an Ironclaw Curse, and your opponent's already going to be not happy about trying to block your stuff and going, this is awkward. And now you drop an Ironclaw Curse on one of their better mid-range-ish creatures. And they're like, well, I'm not going to be able to block with that anymore. I think this has its uses. It's a little niche. It depends on how you build your deck. I think it's somewhat playable. Orcish Mine. Orcish Mine really is just a bad Stone Rain. It basically tried to take Stone Rain and make it a enchantment instead. 3 or 3 or counters on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, and whenever enchanted land becomes tapped, remove an or counter. So realistically, it's only going to last 2 turns. When the last aura counter is removed from this aura, destroy enchant land. And this aura deals 2 damage to that land's controller. Eh? It is rare that you're going to play this on... Which one are you? Oh, no, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Sort by mana value. Okay. Alright, so Dwarven Blast Miner, Dwarven Miner can both blow up non-basics pretty easily. Lava Blister will, unless somebody takes 6. Shivan Harvest just might be the best option for that. Destroy target non-basic. Pay 1 red plus 1 and sack a creature. If you play something that generates a bunch of goblins and just go, wee. Orcish Mine is a 3-drop. The only 3... The silly thing is you go from 2 to 4 for blowing up non-basics. Because here's the thing. Orcish Mine, realistically, this is not targeting a basic land. Let's be honest, this is not targeting a basic land. That being said, you'd be further ahead with Molten Rain, which is, again, 2 red plus 1. Destroy target land. If it was non-basic, 2 damage to that land's controller. Destroy enchant land, and this deals 2 damage to that land's controller. It's the same cost. They take damage if it was non-basic, which it's going to be most of the time. Annabelle Bodyguard. So, yeah, Orcish Mine, there's better options. Unless you're specifically looking to kill people with enchantments, which is a thing, but you're generally not playing red for that. But it's not impossible. Annabelle Shaman, 4 mana for 2/3 first strike. Compare this to Hill Giant. It's the same cost. You lose a point of power but gain first strike. Based on that, not unreasonable. But it's 4 mana for 2/3, and that's just, even with first strike, nowadays that should be 3 mana for a 2/3. Sometimes 2 mana for a 2/3. Like for double red, you might be able to get away with a 2/3 first strike. If it's legendary, probably. But 2 red plus 1 or 1 red plus 2, maybe. For a 2/3 first strike, I can see. That being said, notice how much first strike there is in this set. But at which point I would say that first strike should probably cost less. That being said, if this was a 2/4 first strike, easy sell. Easy. Like specifically for Homelands, give it an extra point of toughness. Done. Minotaur Tribal, probably just barely weak enough. Elevon's Tower, 1 red, 1 other instant. Target blocking creature gets +3/+1 till end of turn. I'm going to keep bringing it up. This does not have to be your creature. And there are rare times you're going to want to throw this on one of your opponent's creatures, you know, especially the person you're attacking. But there are times when you're going to really want to mess up combat math and go, oh, your creature's going to die for that. I'll be nice and I'll save you. Wait, what? Yeah, I'll be nice and I'll save you. You owe me one. Nobody is going to, because red is known for being aggressive. Nobody is going to expect, oh yeah, I've got this pump spell that's only good against, you know, only good for somebody who's blocking. You can just screw over so much combat math. Now, to be fair, you're generally going to want a card like Infuriate. I think it was Blood Frenzy I'm thinking of. No, not Blood Frenzy. Brute Force. Yeah, you're generally going to want one of these two. Or something around there. Because it's just target creature, not target blocking creature or target attack. Just target creature. And it's going to make a big difference. But Alabon's Tower? Sure, go for it. If you find a way to build a defensively based red deck, you know, again, I'm going to keep bringing this guy up because he's a 0/8. He is just, he's so thick in the booty. Yes, I just said that. He's so thick in the booty. And I mean, you throw a few of those out, and your opponent's, how am I going to get past that? And so if they do attack into it, you're like, okay, Outbound's Tower. It's a 3/9 till end of turn. I think that might have just killed your guy. What? Yeah, sorry, not sorry. But again, doesn't have to be, you know, doesn't say anything about a creature you control or anything like that. Dwarven Sea Clan. Are you playing dwarves and want to play something weird? 1 red, 2 other for 1/1. So basically at the same timing when you're using Desert. And I don't mean any desert. I mean desert. Sorry. Desert. You know, land. Tap, deal 1 damage to target attacking creature. Activate only during end of combat. tap. I'll get back to the rest in a sec. 2 damage to that creature at the end of combat. Activate. So this will deal 2 damage at the end of combat. Activate only before then. So you have to activate this during combat. At the end of combat, Dwarven Sea Clan will deal 2 damage to that creature. It has to be an attacking or blocking creature whose controller controls an island. So, a creature that's in combat you tap the Sea Clan before combat damage, before the end of combat step, which means you can do it at the latest after combat damage has been dealt and resolves, but still technically during the combat damage step. And then that creature's going to take 2. It's a little confusing, but hey, you want to play mono red pingers? Or you want to play a dwarf that does something weird? The only problem is, we can get around all the rest of this, whose controller controls an island. The easiest way to make sure that they control an island is you are playing blue. So, red-blue dwarves? Maybe with Revoca? I don't know. It's weird. Ambush. 1 red, 3 other. Instant. Blocking creatures gain first strike till end of turn. Again, you're playing red. This is a defensive card. I would probably play this, based on the way the list is going too, I would probably play this before Elebon's Tower, because this is going to be more generally useful. But Elebon's Tower gives a size boost till end of turn. You want to do something weird? Do something weird. I'll cover these 3 guys together. Aaron the Relentless. 5 mana for 5/2 haste, 3 mana regenerate. Sounds overcosted until you realize that red almost never gets regeneration. Aaron the Relentless and Uthden Troll are the only creatures that inherently have the ability to regenerate. In mono red. So 5 mana for 5/2 with haste is okay. That's basically a 3/4 or 4/3. So that's like 4 mana. You're basically paying an extra mana for the ability to regenerate. And you're paying triple red to regenerate. I'm actually not completely unhappy with that. I probably would have given him an extra point of toughness. But that's, it's fine. It's okay. Chandler. Speaking of triple red activations, and this is probably part of where it comes from. 1 red, 4 other for a 3/3. That seems to be a common theme I've noticed. No pun intended, because he's also common. Triple red and tap it, destroy target artifact creature. You're going to find a lot of artifact creatures in Commander. Solemn Simulacrum and its variants thereof. And when I say when I say its variants, it's not just, we're basically looking at stuff that when they come into play, they do a thing, and when they die, do a thing. And notice that Solemn Simulacrum has got different options on both. Filigree Familiar, for example. When it comes into play, you gain 2 life, and when it dies, you draw a card. Stuff of that nature. You're going to find a decent amount of them. You're not going to find a lot, but you're going to find enough of them, and you're going to find enough cards that people are going to want to play that are artifact creatures for various reasons. But I think the better one, and to be honest, this is the one that heads up my mono red commons only deck, is Joven. 2 red, 3 other, as opposed to 1 red plus 4. Again, for a 3/3. Triple red, tap, destroy target non-creature artifact. Almost every deck is going to run Soul Ring or Worn Power Stone or an artifact land. Caged Sun, the Immortal Sun. There's going to be something that you can blow up. Most commonly it's going to be a mana rock, but not necessarily. But yeah, these 3 cards are, I'm covering them all together, especially because Chandler and Joven do something similar, and Aaron, just flavor-wise, all 3 of them are related. They're all 5 mana around the 3/3 level, and all have a triple red ability. So, yeah, I agree with the way this is done. I put Joven at the top because, and again, he heads my mono red commons only list. Chandler was consideration to actually be part of the 99, and then there's Aaron, who unfortunately has not been printed at common anywhere, so doesn't get that option. But again, one of only 2 red creatures that can regenerate, and then you get the Brute, which gives enchant creature the ability to regenerate, and I think it's also for triple red or something. Retribution. Two red, 2 other sorcery. You choose 2 creatures that are controlled by the same opponent. They basically have to sack one and put a -1/-1 counter on the other. There's not a lot of red ways to put minus counters on stuff. Oh. The player chooses which one sacrifices retribution or solace. If only one of the targets is still legal at the time, then the player must choose that one as sacrifice. Yeah. That player chooses and sacrifices one of those creatures. Yeah. Because the choice of which one they blow up happens before, putting the counter on the other one. Because you always do stuff in the order it's written on the card. Interesting. So this can be manipulated. Oh. If you drop like a Soul Foundry and have, what do you call it? Sting Scourger. If you put Sting Scourger on it, which again, I have in my mono red commons only deck. When it enters, return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Retribution on, I choose these two creatures. These are my two targets. Okay, now that Retribution is on the stack, now I'll bounce one back to your hand, and now you have to sacrifice the other. And this is also one of those ways, shenanigans like this is part of how a mono red deck, if you so desire, can deal with cards like Avacyn, which has indestructible and gives all your other stuff indestructible. Yeah, force your opponent to sacrifice it. Annabelle Shaman. Annabelle Shaman seems to be just she seems to be just weak enough that it's like, the kind of card that you wish was just a little bit stronger. Or cost just a little bit less. And this is a common theme I find with Homelands, is like, if the cards all cost, well, I shouldn't say all, but if a lot of the cards cost one less mana, probably about half the cards cost one less mana, the set would be eminently more playable. And we're not talking the powerful cards. We're talking about because there's a lot of cards that are just eh. I mean, yeah, the problem is, I want to compare this to things like Prodigal Sorcerer. I think, honestly, think about it now, I think this is probably costed about right, considering back in the day, Red really didn't have the ability to ping. It had, it had Lightning Bolt, it had Chain Lightning, it had Incinerate, but those were all spells, not creatures. So, I think based on that, this might actually be, I think based on that assessment, no, I'm wrong. It had Orcish Artillery, it had, what was the other one? Orcish Cannoneers? It had a couple of pingers. Also had Brothers of Fire. I take that back. No, red actually did have some ping ability. I think, again, I think this is probably costed for back in the day. It's just, you maybe in Minotaur Tribal, but this would be pretty late in your list of options, I think. Even if you're going mono red. Annabelle Ancestor, on the other hand, every single Minotaur deck should be running this. And, you know, compare this to, like, compare this to the Heartwolf. I just wish this didn't have the word another. But that's fine. I'm fine with that. I am actually fine with that. You know, 2 mana for a 1/1. Tap to give a Minotaur +1/+1 till end of turn. That's fine. You're playing Minotaurs, you should be playing it. Dwarven Pony. Again, this is a horse, which sounds weird. That pumps dwarves. This feels like it should have been a. This feels like it should be a goat. Personally, dwarves aren't really known for, you know, for riding horses. They're a bit on the small side compared to the horse. That being said, they'd rather ride a horse than be on a sailing vessel. But that's another story. But yeah, target dwarf creature gains Mount Walk till end of turn. Yeah, 1 mana for a 1/1. Again, this is like Annabelle Ancestor. It's like, it's the right cost. Giving a dwarf Mountain Walk till end of turn. Red doesn't see a lot of play on its own, I find, but it usually finds enough play in combination with other colors. You know, Jund and Naya and Izzet and Boros, and just it's your, you know, it's one of the colors in probably about 3/4 of the 2-color or 3-color decks that you're going to see. That might be exaggerating, but probably, I think 2/3 is probably not unreasonable. You're going to see it a lot, and being able to mountain walk is just not unreasonable. Are you playing Dwarf Tribal? You should be considering a pony. And Zarin Ruins was in one of the very early Pro Tours. Homelands had just come out, and the general opinion of Homelands was it was not a great set, but they really wanted to showcase the set, and so they the format was, I believe, standard, and Wizards implemented a rule where you had to have, I think, at least 5 cards from each of the standard legal sets. And Homelands was legal. And this was in one of the winning lists. I think it was the winning list. Ran Zarin Ruins in the sideboard. But Zarin Ruins was the kind of card that actually would make sense to play. It wasn't just, well, here's a random Homelands card. No, here's a playable Homelands card given what they'd have to deal with. 2 red, 2 other. As it enters, choose creature type. Creatures of the chosen type don't untap during their controller's untap steps. Not like a lot of other cards where it's like, Well, if you attack last turn, you don't untap. No, if you've got something else, like, oh, what are you? Damn it, I'm drawing a blank now. Oh, Kismet. You know, artifacts, creatures, and lands your opponents control enter tapped. You combine that with Enzir and Ruins. Creatures of the chosen type don't untap. You know, you put those two together. If your opponent is playing any kind of tribal-based deck, they're not their creatures come and play tapped and are basically locked down. You know, imagine what that would do against like an elf deck, for example. It's going to hinder their development a lot. So, yeah. Do I think people are... I think it's not unreasonable that in a given group, you know, in a given group of 4, one person is going to play some kind of travel deck, and maybe this slows them down long enough that you can look at the other 2 and go, okay, now I'm going to concentrate on you guys instead of having to worry about all 3 of you. I'm going to worry about you 2. And then once he comes out from, okay, then I'll worry about dealing with him. Also notice, let's slow things down. Annabelle Spirit Crafter. 2 red, 2 other for 1/3 Minotaur creatures get +1/+0. So basically it's a 2/3 for 4. That gives other Minotaur creatures +1/+0. And it probably should have been worded that way. And it was not worded that way. And I don't know why it wasn't worded that way, but it really should have been. Although, to be fair, this is a Minotaur, and the other ones were Lords. Actually, that would explain it right there. Because Goblin King was, I think it was first summon Goblin King and then summon Lord. Which is why its wording said other. Because it did not originally affect, like it was not originally affected itself. But yeah, again, it's vaguely Lord-like. You're probably putting that in a Minotaur deck. Winter Sky. Winter Sky was really weird. You flip a coin, and it's either going to deal 1 damage to each creature and each player, or people are going to draw a card. And I don't know how to consider this one. I feel like in red, it's like there's no wrong answer. Like, there's generally no bad result. But there's no way to plan for it. You're basically looking at an effect like Clark's thumb to say, hey, by the way, you know, that gives me a 3/4 chance of getting the result I want. And then Dwarven Trader. And Dwarven Trader, I think, mostly sees play because it's a 1-mana dwarf in the set. It's a 1-mana, 1/1 with no abilities. And I think if you're looking for a 1-mana, 1/1 dwarf, Enslave Armor is better. Or sorry, Dwarven Armor is better. Enslaved Dwarf is better. Well, Enslaved Dwarf and Liberated Dwarf maybe. Spark Mage is better. Dwarven Scorcher is better. Bloodfire Dwarf is better. Dwarven Grunt is better. There's at least 5 dwarves that I would play before I played Dwarven Trader. That being said, that's red. Let's go to green. Mammoth Harness. Mammoth Harness has got some weird wording. It's 4-mana enchantment that makes a creature lose flying. A lot of us know that green doesn't like flying. This is a weird one, because it's a 4-mana enchantment that says enchant creature loses flying. That's just weird. Whenever enchanted creature blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, the other creature gains first strike till end of turn. What? If any creature is assigned to block the creature Mammoth Harness enchants, or has the creature Mammoth Harness enchants assigned to block it, that creature gains first strike till end of turn. So, not the creature the Mammoth Harness is on, whatever it's in combat with. So, this doesn't just go, hey, by the way, you fall from the sky now. This also makes it, relatively speaking, slow to react by granting the opposing creature first strike. So if you're attacking with this, whatever blocks it has first strike. And if you're attacking and this blocks, the attacking creature gets first strike. It basically makes the creature, this is on really slow and ponderous. And if you want to slow down and disable some creatures, Mammoth Harness actually does quite a bit. Leaping Lizard. I think I initially had this in my mono green control deck that beats down with green flying creatures, and I think this was like my second or third cut as a flying creature when so here's the thing, that particular deck was not just I'm attacking with flying creatures, but also if I can find a green creature, if I can find a green card that does a thing, I will play that. I will play that before I play a colorless card that does the same thing, even if the colorless card is more efficient. So I'm playing Leaping Lizard in that deck because it's a 2/3 that can occasionally become a 2/2 flyer till end of turn. That can also self-destruct just in case. You generally don't want to play this card, but I had in my deck because I need to make sure I had enough flyers, and then I finally had up with enough flyers that it's like, okay, I could cut this. I think I cut this and Scrib Sprites. Yeah, like I said, not generally a card you want. Hungry Mist. It's a 6/2 which averages out to a 4/4 with an upkeep of double green. You can find a 4/4 at common with no upkeep. You can probably even find a 5. You might even be able to find a 5/3 or a 6/2. You're playing elementals, don't bother. You're going to find better options. Folk of Vanava and Anava is it Anava? No, not Anava Constable. Folk of Vanava and Joven's Ferrets are kind of the same card. Folk of Vanava, 1 green for a 1/1. Again, human with no subtyping, i.e., not even like citizen or anything. When it blocks, it gets a power boost. And Joven's Ferrets, when it attacks, it gets a toughness boost. Folk of Anava, I'm like, it's fine. It does, I mean, relevantly, it blocks as a 3/1. So that will catch people, at least the first few times. The Ferrets, on the other hand, you're playing green. Again, if you're playing Toughness Matters deck, it's going to block as a 1/3. But Toughness Matters is going to block basically as a 3/3. So that's going to be more relevant. And have a Constable, 2 green, 1 other for a 2-power human. With toughness equal to 1 plus number of green creatures in play. If you have 3 green creatures in play, he's now a 3 mana 2-4 because then he adds himself. I'm assuming 3 others. If you've got 3 and the person to your left has got 1 and the person to your right has 1, because it's how many are in play and not how many you control, he's now a 2-6. And if you play an effect like plus the number of green creatures, he's a base 2/2 because it's 1 plus he's a green creature. He's always going to be, barring shenanigans, he's always going to be at least a 2/2. That's better than I thought. It doesn't make him amazing, but it's better than I thought. I thought it was other green creatures. Yeah, so you drop a painter servant, and suddenly it's, how many creatures are there? Okay, that's his toughness plus 1. Or I should say that plus 1 is his toughness. That can end up being huge. And again, you know, you're playing that kind of deck, and you're playing Toughness Matters deck. Don't sleep on have a constable. Like, he, you know, and it's not mono green, it's just green. So anything that's, you know, if you're playing it, your commander is likely to have green in it. You know, Doran, like Doran the Siege Tower, for example. You know, white, black, green. He's a 0/5. You have this in play, that's going to make him a 2/3, which means he's going to deal damage as a 3/3, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's literally just having the constable and your general in play. You have one other creature, now he's basically attacking you as a 4/4, etc., etc. Shrink is weird. Again, ancient cards do weird things. 1 green, instant. Target creature gets -5/-0 till end of turn. What on earth? I mean, I get giant growth. The thing is, this is a strict power debuff that doesn't touch toughness. Hilariously, in a Toughness Matters deck, this doesn't affect combat damage at all. For you. Oh. If you're playing Toughness Matters but your opponent is not, this can save a lot of things. You know, you're Shivan Dragon, okay, well now it's just whatever you pump mana in. In the meantime, I'm dealing damage based on my toughness. Have a nice day. What? Yeah. So yeah, it's not a terrible card to put in a Toughness Matters deck. Kind of as a protection spell. Restoring Badger. Again, this is in my mono green control deck as a way to eat graveyards. When it attacks and isn't blocked, you may exile up to two target creature cards from the defending player's graveyard. If you do, you gain 1 life for each card exiled this way, and this creature assigns no combat damage this turn. So, I'm not hitting you for damage, but I'm going to eat creatures out of your graveyard. And I think that might not be the only place I use it. You know what? Rather than doing that, how about I do this? Abilities. Combo bits. Yeah. It's in my removal suite because here's the thing. I don't just consider destroy slash, return to hand slash exile slash whatever removal. I also tend to consider pump spells removal, at least when you're playing limited. Sometimes also in constructed. And when you're talking about Commander, I also consider graveyard eating stuff out of opponents' graveyards, or just in the graveyard as a whole. I consider dealing with a graveyard also removal. This is especially true if I'm looking at an effect like Scavenging Ooze, where I can target what's trying to, like, if they're trying to reanimate something, I can go, no, and eat it in response. But Resorian Badger, I want like two or three pieces of graveyard removal, and this made it in because I want to make sure that, there was this and Night Soil and I think one other piece, just to make sure that, I'm not worrying about graveyards now. Willow Priestess, and it's, again, if I wasn't putting the restrictions on the decks that I do, if I wasn't restricting myself the way I do, I would probably run Tormod's Crypt Keeper, because I prefer Tormod's Crypt Keeper over Tormod's Crypt when it comes to Commander, because more options on how to play it. Nile Spellbomb, Relic of Brigida's, probably Relic before, well, in this case for sure Relic over Spellbomb, because mono green and Spellbomb has got a black color identity. Scrabbling Claws, etc., etc. But Resorian Badger, I mean, it's okay. It's just I'm putting extra restrictions on myself, and I probably wouldn't play it otherwise. Willow Priestess, on the other hand, Willow Priestess is one of those cards that should be in that deck. Why? 2 red, 2 other for 2/2. Tap, you may put a fairy permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. Don't care. 1 green, 2 other. Target green creature gains protection from black till end of turn. that is going to be huge. And I can probably only do it like, once or twice a turn. But just being able to like consistently attack or regularly block. Oh man, if I have like Hornet Queen out, I can just consistently block with like the same Hornet token. And they're 1/1 flying death touch. Cool. Block that, kill it, block that, kill it, block that, kill it, block that, kill it. And just, yeah. Willow Priestess is one of those cards that should be in that. And it's obviously not just that. Saves from a lot of spot removal. Krim, aka the Asian Avenger from MTG Goldfish, apparently really likes Void Rend and just protection from green. Or protection from black. I'm not countering it. I'm making it an illegal target for your spell. Yeah. So not bad. Willow Fairy. Honestly, if you're considering playing Willow Fairy, play Script Sprites first. But if you're playing Script Sprites, why? There's so much better. Even in cheap green flyers, there's so much better. Unless you've got a really good reason for it. Are you playing mono green fairies? If you're playing mono green fairies, maybe consider Willow Fairies. But no. Fairy Noble. Fairy Noble is a weird one. 1 green, 2 other for a 1/2 flyer. Other fairy creatures you control get +0/+1. Tap, other fairy creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. It tries to be a lord. It tries to be a lord. Pumping toughness on your fairies. If you're playing any sort of fairy deck, you want to at least be looking at this. Are you playing a fairy deck that involves green? Then you want to be looking at this, because fairy decks I expect to be blue, possibly black. Green, not really so much. But there's expectations versus realities. And green probably has a lot more fairies than I realize. And suddenly being able to pump your toughness by a point on all your creatures can actually do a lot. And an effect like Instill Energy or Freed from the Real, and being able to just, do multiple power pumps and, just... Okay, by the way, all my fairies have got like +3/+0 till end of turn. What? Yeah. You can make use of that. Roots. Again. Green doesn't like flying. Oh. Sorry. Misread this one. 4-mana enchantment. Enchant creature without flying. When this aura enters, tap enchant creature. Doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Stops a creature from untapping. Wait, what? Isn't that a blue thing? Yeah, that's a blue thing. This is one of those auras that I could have thrown into my mono green control deck. This is quite commonly a blue card, rarely a white card. Apparently, back in the day, you could have found a way to do it in green. Autumn Willow. Autumn Willow. 2 green, 2 other for 4/4 with Shroud. Legendary Avatar, incidentally. And basically says, hey, you pay a green. Till end of turn, target player can target it as though she didn't have Shroud. Yeah, have fun with that. This is one of those, I mean, to be fair, back in the day when she was in Standard, she actually put in a lot of work because, you know, a 4/4 that can't be targeted unless your opponent says, unless you do the Mother May I thing. She did quite a bit. Are there enough to build, like, can you build mono green avatars? Skip that one. Okay, yeah. 16. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. You actually can build mono green avatars. And you probably... So yeah, that would be like around 25-ish. You can build Avatar Tribal. It might be worth a consideration. If you're doing that, Autumn Willow might actually not be terrible as your general. Here's Joven's Spirits, which, as I mentioned before, oh man, you do more. Because Joven's Spirits, the folk of Anava just get bigger till end of turn. Joven's Spirits, not only do they attack as a 1/3, which means if you're playing Toughness Matters, it's a 1-mana 3/3. At the end of combat, tap all creatures that block this creature this turn. They don't tap during the controller's next untap step. Anything that blocked the ferrets is tapped down for a turn. Damn, that's silly. Anava in 3 mana for... Yeah, so if you have any reason to want to play... again, if you're playing Toughness Matters, the ferrets should be a good consideration. Because it's going... it's going to attack as a 3/3 for 1. B, anything that tries to block it is going to be tapped down until basically your next turn. It's pretty decent for a 1-drop at that point. And have in 2 green plus 1. Gain X plus 1 life, where X is the number of green creatures on the battlefield. I wonder if it should have just been like double green sorcery and just gain X life. But that's another story. Again, one of these cards that goes, hey, by the way, you're playing mono green and you're playing part green. cool. I'll tap 3 mana and I'll gain like 12 life. And just shrug. I need to make a note of it. Okay. Where are you? And have in Homelands. First card to actually get thrown onto my list tonight. And Hava in. Why do I care about Hava in? Because I'm making a Nabs and life deck. And while life gain in and of itself is not generally considered a good thing, when you have use for life, so for example, Pulls the Citadel, having a card that can just suddenly go, hey, by the way, I pay 3 mana, I gain like 12 life. Yeah. Suddenly being able to make use of that and just go, thanks, I'm going to start paying life for this other stuff now. Yeah. That's a lot of nuggies. Root Spider. 4 mana for 2/2, which basically blocks as a 3/2 first strike. Again, green getting first strike is not common. In fact, according to this, it was printed at uncommon. Yeah. 3/2 first strike. I would probably consider this a 3/2. That's iffy. Actually, 2/3. 1 green, 2 other. Yeah, probably could have shaved a mana off of this. And again, the common problem here. Yeah, here's the thing. I said make it into a 2/3, which would have made it block as a 3/3 first strike, which feels not unreasonable. But, Again, if I'm looking to do something weird, maybe. Spider Treble, I'm going to find better spiders. I generally would prefer Giant Spider most of the time, because like a 2/4 versus 3/2 first strike, 1 blocking. Meh. Renewal. Renewal is trying to be crop rotation before crop rotation existed. 1 green, 2 other. Additional cost, second land. Search for a basic, put on in a play, then shuffle. Draw a card next upkeep. It's trying to be crop rotation, but A, it can only fetch basics. B, it draws a card next turn. If you're trying to sacrifice lands for fun, if you're trying to sack lands or have specific lands that you want to sack for fun and profit, renewal is not terrible. I think, though, in general, I would rather have a card like Harrow. Thing is, you also don't know what you're going to draw into. But that's, is 3 mana worth sacrificing a land that you don't want right now to get a land out of your deck? which is not always irrelevant. Shuffle, which is not always irrelevant. And then draw a fresh card. It is a sorcery, so it's got to be done during your turn. I think generally I would rather have Harrow or Spring Bloom Druid, I think is the 1/1 version of it. But it's not completely awful. Carapace. Again, something for Toughness Matters deck, potentially. 1 green. Enchant creature gets +0/+2. Sacrifice this aura to regenerate the enchanted creature. I actually kind of like this card for a few things. And just being able to regenerate a creature without having to spend actual resources. You're not you're not paying life. You're not paying mana. You're not, tapping creatures that you might. This is like the progenitor to like Totem Armor or what's now called Umbra Armor. It won't help through an effect like Wrath of God or Damnation, but it will help through an effect like Day of Judgment. It's fine, and pumping toughness, again, you're playing Toughness Matters decks, +0/+2 makes a difference, and regenerate enchanted creature will make a difference. Spectral Bears. I think this is the first green undercosted creature since perhaps Arabian Nights? I think. Yeah, because Arabian Nights had Urnam Jinn. And I don't remember anything in Legends the Dark. Definitely not Fallen Empires. I don't think there was anything in Ice Age. Maybe Homelands, but I doubt it. Spectral Bears. 2 mana for a 3/3. When it attacks, if defending player controls no black non-token permanents, it doesn't untap during your next untap step. In other words, do you have any black cards in play? And the thing, because check the actual printed order. If it attacks and defending player controls no black cards. If you have black cards in play, my bears will untap. If you don't, they won't. But again, black is one of the most commonly played colors I've seen. A healthy amount of monocolored, and a healthy amount of, black plus X or XY, XYZ, whatever. Black plus more, we'll put it that way. And so, yeah. Spectral Bears, you can... Out of the other 3 people at the table, you probably have 2 that you can attack with it. But it's only, realistically, it's only a 3/3. It's a 3/3 for 2, and if that matters to you, it's also a bear in terms of like bear tribal. So Ayula, for example. And in fact, Ayula, I think it's Ayula, you know, bear comes into play and it's like, hey, by the way, fight. A 3/3 is going to do a lot better than a 2/2. And then Primal Order. Primal Order, I don't remember if I put you in my list here. Did I or did I not? No, I did not. Primal Order, 2 green, 2 other enchantment. Being of each player's upkeep, this enchantment deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-basic lands they control. I try to throw somewhere in the ballpark of 38 lands. Somewhere around 20-ish. 18, 19, 20, 22, somewhere in that range. I try to throw a healthy amount of basic lands in. Primal Order is then going to take a look at my deck and go, or at my, okay, so you're going to take like 3 damage. He's going to take 7. She's going to take 5. He's going to take 6. I'm sitting there taking like 2 or 3. Because I'm going to be running a lot less non-basic lands than a lot of other people. You have a lot of basics? Play Primal Order. And this happens to each player during their own upkeep. And it happens every turn. Enjoy. Stuff with a multicolor color right, Addy. Let's take out the lands. There was 1 green and 1 blue, and the green one had a white, green and white, I should say. Green had a white activation and white had a green activation. Daughter of Autumn. 2 green, 2 other. Again, I mean, maybe she should be the general instead. 2 green, 2 other for a 2/4. Pay white. So the next 1 damage that would be dealt to target white creature this turn is dealt to Daughter of Autumn instead. I think I might actually cut that. Because if you want to play like mono green avatars, she's not going to fit. It doesn't mean she's bad, but it means that Daughter of Autumn belongs into a deck where most of your, it's a green card being thrown into a deck where most of your creatures, one way or another, are white. There's a use for her, just not as common a use. And then there's Beastwalkers. 2 white, 1 other for a 2/2. Pay green to give it banding till end of turn. One of those abilities that you only are doing once a turn cycle. So I think they probably, as a result, could have cut the colorless men off. I think I would have left the rest alone. But yeah, it's fine. I think if you're basically playing a green-white deck where the banding is going to be relevant. Defensively, it's huge. Offensively, you have to put enough together into a band to be able to go and attack with. Can you? Yeah, it's doable. But I don't generally recommend it. Not for... Well, I wouldn't recommend Beast Walkers for a deck like that, because there's a lot of creatures that already inherently have banding, or have better banding abilities. Let's get through the artifacts, and then the lands, and then we're done. Ebony Rhino, 7 mana for 4/5 trample. It's fine. You know, in here's the thing, in colorless, you should be able to find better. Shardless Outlander has got 2 extra points of power. Oh, you just came out. Fair. 2 extra points of power and basic land cycling 2. Guardian of the Ages is a 7/7 that when somebody attacks you or one of your planeswalkers, if it has Defender, it loses that and gains Trample. Okay. Not unreasonable. Sire of 7 Deaths is just the insanities. First Strike, Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Lifelink, or pay 7 life. So many 7s in that, including, I mean, take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Oh yeah, Chroma's Memorial gives your stuff trample plus other stuff. Cauldron Complete is a 5/5 indestructible first strike trample haste that whenever it deals combat damage to a creature, you exile that thing. Pilgrim of the Fires is a 6/4 with first strike and trample, which I much prefer over the Ebony Rhino. One extra point of size and having first strike in addition is just huge. Yeah, Ebony Rhino, there's probably 5 or 6 different options. Apocalypse Chime. Don't bother. Apocalypse. The problem with cards like there's Apocalypse Chime, Golgothian Silex, and I forgot what the other one's called. city in a bottle is that you need to be going up against people playing with cards from those specific sets or, reprints of them. And with the problem with Apocalypse Chimes specifically is a lot of good. It's hard to find cards that people legitimately want to play from this set that are permanents that won't blow themselves up. I mean, I'm trying to point them out to people, but it's hard to find them. So yeah, I would play Ebony Rhino before the Chime, which sounds weird, but here we are. Clockwork Swarm. 4 mana for 0/3, can't be blocked by walls, enters with 4+1/+0 counters. If an attacked or blocked, remove a +1/+0 counter on it. And then pay X and tap it. Again, this is your typical Clockwork creature. This is basically just a 4/3 that can't be blocked by walls. The thing is, if I'm playing this, why am I not just playing Juggernaut instead, which is a 5/3 that can't be blocked by walls? Whoops. Attacks each combat of Fable, but can't be blocked by walls. The only difference is here, this, doesn't has to attack every turn. And, well, has to attack every turn of Fable will make it unable to by, tapping it for mana via Springleaf Drum or the like. And I will point out that this ability can't cause it to have more than 4 counters, but other abilities can. These are counters. You can proliferate them. You could end up with a 10/3 creature if you wanted to. Joven's Tools. 6 to cast, 4 tap, target creature can't be blocked this turn except by walls. Again, see the previous comments in, today and in previous videos about, hey, by the way, wall is a creature type. Something that has all creature types is also a wall, etc., etc. Not that good when people are playing with Mirror Entity or Changeling Outcast or Universal Automaton or Clockwork Gnomes. 4 to cast, 3 tap, regenerate target artifact creature. Oh, how I wish this was better. That being said, there's no... Oh, and it's a 2/2. Okay, that's a little more acceptable. I feel like it's... No. Okay. I could throw this into my colorless ramp deck. And just, having a way to regenerate my artifact creatures. Where are you here? This one. Boop. And Noodle. Visual spoiler. I've got a couple there. I've got one there. I've got a few there. I've got these guys. I've got one here. Errata says here, sorry, I've got two here. Errata says you're an artifact creature. I've got that. I've got 11, so I've got 7 of these guys. I've got one there. I think I have enough in here that I could actually throw Joven's. I could throw Clockwork Gnomes in, and I'd be okay with that. Keep one of my things alive. Again, your 4/3 Clockwork creatures at this time can't be blocked by artifact creatures, which, let's be honest, is a little more sensible, a little more useful than can't be blocked by walls. And unlike, can't be blocked by walls, which is based around creature type, this is a card type, which means that the creatures would have to be affected by something along the lines of Mycosynth Lattice for it to be relevant. But again, otherwise it's a 4/3 and your typical Clockwork abilities. Pharaoh's Band. 6 to cast, making creature spells cost 2 more to cast. If you are playing a deck that plays very little creatures, and is doing stuff by other methods, if you are playing, if you're playing a Reanimator deck of some sort, which is, drawing cards and pitching them to an effect like, let's say, Zombie Infestation. So you can then turn around, reanimate them. Then a card like Pharaoh's Band makes a lot more sense, because you're never actually casting the creature spells. Hell, it's even funnier when you reanimate, say, Phyrexian Delver. Oh man. Phyrexian Delver, 5 mana for a 3/2, comes into play, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, lose life equal to that thing's mana value. Karmic Guide, 5 mana for a 2/2 flying pro black. Abilities only work unless they say otherwise, or only make sense otherwise. They only work while the thing that has the ability is in play. Protection from Black Echo. When it enters, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you can Delver. Use that to bring back Karmic Guide. Or Karmic Guide, use that to bring back Delver. Usually, I think I would generally prefer Delver to bring back the guide. And then use that to bring back what you're actually trying to get your hands on. Because if you've got like an 8 mana creature, ideally you want Delver to bring back the guide, paying 5 life to bring back your 8-drop, rather than guide, bring back your Delver, pay 8 life to bring back your 8-drop. But if you go through that chain, it's like suddenly I've got 3 creatures in play. I've spent 5 mana. And, maybe you use something like Unburial Rites, which is like, okay, 4 or 5 mana. Bring back this, and an 8-drop, or whatever. Pharaoh's Band, that's nice, dear. Or if you've got creatures that can find their own way into play. What do you call it? Prize Amalgam. Whenever a creature's, if it enters from a graveyard or you cast it from a graveyard, return this card from a graveyard to the battlefield tapped at the beginning of the next end step. I.e., creature came into play somehow, from your, went from your graveyard somehow into play. Either you cast it or reanimate it or whatever. Cool. End of turn Prize Amalgam is going to jump back into play from your graveyard too. Yeah, you do stuff like that, and Pharaoh's Band takes a look and go, well, if you didn't cast the creature that's in your graveyard, if it came into play through, I don't know, let's say Bloodghast, which is now currently in Standard. 2 black, 2/1, can't block, okay. Haste as long as an opponent has 10 or less life, okay. Whenever a land you control enters, you may return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So Bloodghast comes into play, you play a land, Bloodghast jumps into play from the graveyard. Because that came into play from your graveyard, Prize Amalgam sees that and goes, oh cool, at the end of turn I'm coming back into play too. Wait, what? Yeah. Pharaoh's Band takes a look at all that and goes, okay, and? Nothing I got anything to do with. So yeah. Depending on how you build your deck, you can get around that. Rotoscopter. So this is basically Ornithopter that cost 1, which I've always felt should be about what Ornithopter cost. And there are people that fight me on this. And I look at it, it's like, do you realize how strong Ornithopter actually is? Because let me pull up the OG Ornithopter. This isn't the original printing, but this is the printing I recognize, and the original is from Antiquities, which is literally the same thing, except the coloration is a little different. Black bordered, slightly darker. It's the same card otherwise. Anyway, 0 mana for a 0/2 flyer. If you go based on the assumption that back in the day, and even as a vague starting point, this is still true, an average of 1 point of power and 1 point of toughness is worth about 1 mana. So this is basically equivalent to a 1/1 flyer, a 1/1 flying artifact creature. So a 1/1 should cost about 1 mana. It has flying. It's an artifact creature, which was considered to be a benefit because it could slot easily into any deck. So at that point, you are looking at basically 1 mana for the 0/2, which, okay, maybe round down because it's got 0 power, but it does have 2 toughness, which isn't nothing. And it has flying, and it's an artifact creature. It is not unreasonable to say that maybe that should have cost 2. If you want to say, but it has 0 power, then you make it a 1-drop. And a 1-drop would have been reasonable. I think a 1-drop would have been fine. It wouldn't have seen as much play as it does nowadays because, people use it. People don't use it as what it is. They use it as a combo piece, or they use it something to carry, cranial plating or whatever, and just nuke your opponent. No, but as an actual creature, as just an actual normal everyday creature for Magic, yeah, it should have been 1, maybe 2 mana. So let's say 1. Rotorithopter. 1 mana for a 0/2 flyer. Artifact creature Thopter. Everything's the same so far. 2 colon. +1/+0 till end of turn. Activate no more than twice each turn. So yeah, not an unreasonable creature. And if you need more Thopters, then your 4 Orthopters. And sometimes you want this instead. And, Orthopter would be like number 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever. Again, it was very reasonable. Not amazing, not overpowered, not this, that, whatever. But it's reasonable. I think if you're playing any sort of, artifact deck that wants are you looking for a cheap flying creature in a deck with a bunch of artifact synergies? Give this guy consideration. It's a 1 mana creature that can actually do a lot more than most people think. Didgeridoo? Again, the entire thing about stuff that's got all creature types being relevant here. In fact, people try and find a way to make this work in formats like Legacy. It's not as good there, but I mean, if you're playing with changelings, a guy like Chameleon Colossus. 4 mana for a 4/4 with Changeling, which means all creature types. Pro Black. And then its mana cost as an activated ability cost. +X/+X till end of turn, where X is its power. That you can drop in of play for 3 mana off a Didgeridoo. At instant speed, because nothing here says play only as a sorcery. Yeah, kind of silly. And then Serrated Arrows. 4 mana artifact. Three counters on it. Being in for upkeep. If it has no counters, sack it. Tap it and remove a counter from it to put a -1 counter on target creature. This will eventually shrink down on many creatures. And you play this in combination with proliferation effects. You proliferate not just the arrowhead counter, but the -1 counter on whatever you threw this on. Worth playing. Just plain worth playing. And then the 5 lands. Yes, there's only 5 lands. They're part of a cycle. They all basically do the same thing. Tap for colorless. Tap 1 and tap it for 1 mana of a specific color. Tap 2 and tap it for 1 mana of one of the 2 colors on its, to the left and right. So again, bring up the, bring back the back of a Magic card. Cost can keep taps for, tap 1 and tap it, make red. That means that black and green are rare besides, so you tap 2 and tap it to make black or green. And all 5 of these work the same way. I would have changed the activation costs to paying 1 and 1 life rather than paying 2 for the last bit, for the, for cost can keep. Pay 1 and tap it for red. Pay 1 and 1, 1 mana, 1 life. Tap for black or green. That's how I would have done it. So basically, I would have taken this 2 and changed it to 1 and 1 life. But yeah, that is it. And before I close this up for tonight, let's take a little zoom through this now that I've gone through the entire set. Abbey Gargoyles, as I mentioned, I would have made this into a 4/4. I don't necessarily agree with all these tweaks now, but this is a starting point. Abbey Matron, 3 mana. I would have made this the one that you tap it to give it +0/+3 till end of turn. I would have made it a 2-drop. The Bureaucrats are fine. They're not amazing, but they're fine. The Crusader, it's only soldiers and warriors. I would have said, and other knights you control. Ace and Highway, I would have cut, cut 2 mana off it because Planeswalk back then was rare, and there's been so little printed that has Planeswalk since then. I would just cut it. Beastwalkers, I think I might have been okay with going double white, but 1 white, 1 other is fine. Death Speakers is fine. Hastur the Abbot was fine. Leeches was fine. Mesa Falcon, I would have cut the toughness pumping to just white instead of white +1. Prophecy, I would have had the player gain 2 life instead of just 1 if they hit a land off it. Rashka the Slayer, as I mentioned before, make you a 4/4. Semite Alchemist, mentioned before, make it a 0/4. Sarah Aviary, where it pumps all your flyers, cut a mana off the cost. 3 mana is perfectly fine to give all flying creatures +1/+1, I think. It gets it a bit more in line with not gravitational shift, the other one, I forget what it's called. the blue card that gives all your. Oh no, you were blue. Favorable Winds, which is a much more recent card. But it would have been closer to in line with that, and people would be more likely to want it somewhere. And to be fair, Favorable Winds didn't come out till Avacyn Restored, which was, 2012. This had already been out for something like 15 years, and people were barely touching it. Sarah Bestiary, I don't necessarily like nowadays. I would just say skip the upkeep altogether, but it did cost double white as an arrest, so giving an upkeep of a single white I think would be sensible. Again, pacifism hadn't even come out yet. Which would have come out, in Mirage. Mirage Tempest Saga, 3 blocks going bang, 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 saying, hey, by the way. And that's 1996. Compared to this, which came out a year or two before. Sarah Inquisitors, make them a 4-drop. That's fine. Sarah Paladin, you're paying 3 mana to give creature trample or vigilance till on a turn. Just drops the tap symbol, it's fine. Soraya, as I said, was fine. Trade, Caravan, Truce, Ether Storm. Baki's Curse cut a mana off. Baki's Curse would have been perfectly fine with, at 3. Coral Reef. Which one was Coral Reef? I remember pull-up counters. I think that was target creature gets. Yeah. I allowed you to put the counter on it up to 2 target creatures. Dark Maze, it exiles it if you animate it with its own ability, so it just say sacrifice it instead of exiling it. Labyrinth Minotaur was a 1/4. Making it a 2/4, that would make things much stronger. Marjan, I'm not entirely positive if it need to be, because an 8/8 in mono blue without any sort of drawbacks realistically would probably be about 9 or 10 mana, especially since it's double the blue in the cost. I think it might actually be fine. Nowadays, I would cut it down. I would cut a mana off for sure. Merchant Scroll. Here's the thing. If you're comparing Merchant Scroll to tutors that already existed, like Demonic Tutor, I think it should cost 1 less. But if you're realizing that Demonic Tutor is too cheap, Demonic Tutor is too cheap, and Altar of Bone is more fairly costed, etc., then Merchant Scroll, where it is fine. If we're to look at this as through a more modern lens, Merchant Scroll is fine where it is. Revoca was a 0-2, I think. Make her into a 2-2. Cemetery Gate. I'd like to see an extra point of power on it, but beyond that, it's Cemetery Gate is fine. Again, you're looking at a 0-5 with Pro Black in Defender. So, again, comparing it to Scathe Zombies, which would have been like your typical ballpark starting point. So that's a 2-2 for 3 mana, which averages out to, which is basically a 0-4 as far as costing is concerned. An extra point of toughness, but gains Defender, so that balances. And then protection from black is fine. For an extra mana, you're getting protection from black. You could have got away with giving an extra point of power, but I think it's okay otherwise. Feast of the Unicorn, you probably, when you're comparing, the problem with the Feast of the Unicorn is comparing to cards like Unholy Strength, which for a single black, +2/+1 aura. So let's say 2 of those, and you're giving +4/+2, you're giving up a second card. Yeah, maybe not. Funeral March, making them sack an additional creature when the one dies. We don't really get sack effects yet. Tempest would be another year or 2 away. And then we get Diabolic Edict. When I say sacrifice effects, I mean, making people sacrifice stuff. But, yeah. When they lose the creature that's being enchanted, they have to lose another one. I think based on the fact that they didn't know what was going, that was the route that was going to end up being a thing. I think this makes sense. You probably could have gotten away with double black. Grandmother Sengir. She's a 5 mana 3/3. Black and tap to shrink a creature instead of 1 black and tap. Isan's Shade. I really would have wanted to see. A lot of us, even back then, wanted him to have something else like First Strike. Having him basically being a giant version of Black Knight would have been great. Irene Sengir, because she's got a much more limited type, limited scope in the kind of cards she affects. Just cutting her mana down by a point would be fine. Coskin Falls. I am not sold on this no upkeep cost idea. Can I think of it? Again, we hadn't had Propaganda. We hadn't had Ghostly Prison. We had this and a couple of cards that were like enchant creature, like Brainwash. So 4 mana and an upkeep cost. The thing is, the upkeep cost isn't a steep one. It's tapping one of your creatures, so that's not too bad. So that's, I think the upkeep cost is probably fine. Temerian Fiends. This is not a card that we covered. Temerian Fiends we didn't cover because it requires people to play for ante. So, 3 mana for 1/1 horror. And every ante card says the same thing. Remove this card from your deck before playing if you're not playing for ante. 3 black and sack it. The owner of target artifact may ante the top card of their library. If they don't, exchange ownership of that card into Temerian Fiends. Put the artifact card in your graveyard and the Fiends from anywhere into that player's graveyard. This change in ownership is permanent. So, wherever Temerian Fiends is when the ability resolves, is going to go from there into your opponent's graveyard, into the opponent's graveyard. Well, into the other player's graveyard. And the artifact is going to go into yours. Both this card and the target must be on the battlefield when announcing the ability. The target must be on the battlefield when the ability resolves or nothing happens, because an exchange is involved. And I said that was a 1/1. Sorry, that is a 1/1. Triple black and sack it. Oh no, it's going to be in your graveyard. So this is why it said from anywhere. It could end up in exile or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, turning it into a 2/2 I'd be fine with. Veldrina Sengir. Again, I shrunk his mana cost, but I did make it slightly harder to cast. I went triple black +2, which would be roughly double black +4, so kind of cut a mana off, kind of cut off 2, and then lure the activation. Alabon's Tower, instead of target blocking, I would just say target creature that isn't attacking, and just give it an extra point of power. Something that's, because +3/+1 felt a little off. +4/+1, a lot of, I think I was comparing it to like Bloodlust sort of thing. Although +3/+1 on that might make more sense. Ambush, giving all your all blocking creatures first strike. Cut a mana off is fine. Ambush Party, 3/1 first strike and haste. Tweak its cost to be double red +2. Enzer Ruins, cut a mana off. Anubis Shaman, double red +1 instead of red +3. Anubis Spirit Crafter. What one were you? Mentors get +1/+0. Oh, I wanted it to be more like a lord. Attacking Minotaurs you control gain first strike till end of turn. Chandler, cut a mana off. Chandler, Joven, Aaron. Okay, yep. Chandler cut a mana off. Joven cut a mana off. Aaron make it a 5/3 instead of a 5/2. Dwarven Pony reduce the activation point, the activation by a mana. This was giving Mountain Walk, I think. Evaporate was, instead of doing it to either or, it was like 2 to each blue creature and then 2 to each white. Yeah, because Evaporate was 1 to each white and or blue creature. I turned around and said, no, do 2 damage to each blue creature, then 2 to each white, which means anything that was blue-white would get hit for 4. Ironclaw Curse. We're playing with weird counter sizes. Make it -0, -2. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that now, but Orcish Mine. Orcish Mine, I want to feel a bit more like Sinkhole or maybe Blight. Autumn Willow could lose a point of mana safely. Although again, there was so little Shroud back then that, you know, 6 mana, and she saw play at that point too. 6 mana for 4/4 was Shroud, with an activated ability that could let her lose Shroud for certain people. You know, maybe. Fairy Noble, just make it a flat +1/+1 instead of +0/+1 and then tap for +1/+0. Although, again, Fairy Noble, the way it's worded, allowing shenanigans, you know, if you've got ways to untap it, allows shenanigans. Mammoth Harness, you could probably cut a mana off. The Root Spider, which I think was if it blocked something. Yeah, whenever it blocks, it gets +1/+0. Yeah. Have it be a 2/3 that blocks as a 3/3 first strike. You know, as opposed to a 2/2. Roots knock a point off its cost. The Clockwork Gnomes. Clockwork Gnomes. Which one's the gnomes? Oh, right. I made the regeneration 3: instead of 3 in tap. Ebony Rhino, give an extra point of power. It's still fine. It's not crazy, but it's fine. Ferris's Band, knock a mana off. Joven's Tools. I don't remember you having 2 separate abilities. Oh, no you don't. That was 3 to cast and then 3 tap. Target creature can't. Yeah. That was probably the biggest change, was like, this cost way too much for what it did. So cut the cost in half and then knock another point off the activation cost. And then, like I said, the various lands would have seen a lot more play if they if it was just simply, you know, pay 1 and pay 1 life for the other two colors, and people legitimately would have been playing them in various places. But anyway, that is Homelands for tonight. And wow, under 6 hours. Cool. Not like last week where it was like 12. Alright. I guess we're calling it for this evening. Have a wonderful night or day or whatever it is, and I'll see you next time. And that would be, let's see here, Homelands. I think the next one is Tempest. That should be interesting because there's a lot of cards from Tempest that I actually see play. Yeah. Ancient Tomb and Wasteland are like the first ones come to mind, but Tempest, you start hitting some power. Anyway, adios, pasta la pizza.